Welcome to the 28th anniversary celebration of the Million Man March. We're excited for this day marks a very, very important day and a sacred day. So again, happy Holy Day of Atonement. Let me remind us why we're here. We're here today because 28 years ago, on this very day, on a Monday, 1.8 million Black men came together from across America and throughout the world, came together and marched to Washington, D.C. for atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. And it was the greatest move, that the greatest march, the greatest gathering of people that we have ever experienced in the annals of the history of America. Is that right? Come on, y'all gonna have to be a witness to me. Was there anyone here that was at the Million Man March? All right, so y'all talk back to me now. Don't have me act like I'm over here talking something that's not true. That was the greatest event in our lifetime. And it is one of the most underrated events of our lifetime. 1.8 million Black men came together, take responsibility, and of the crack epidemic. We came together at the height of the fratricide that was taking place in Black communities. We came at the height of blood and crip gangbanging, right? We came at the height of the highest murder rates in the country. But we came together. We came as Black men because we were resolved to make a difference. We didn't go to Washington, D.C. to beg the government per se. We went to atone to each other for the fratricide that we have been engaged in, destroying our own communities. Right. And it was such a beautiful event because for the first time, we came together across the whole spectrum of what is Black America. Right. For the first time, we came together in unity and solidarity, particularly Black men. Right. And you know, with us, we can hardly come together at a house party without a fight breaking out. Come on. Huh? We had Tubman that we celebrate every year here, the Caribbean Festival. It seems like every year someone get murdered, someone get shot, right. Someone get stabbed. Right. And that's just a couple thousand of us getting together. But in 1995, we came together, and we came from the East Coast and the West Coast. We came from the North. We came street organizations, gangbangers. We came politicians. We came Muslims and Christians. We came 5%ers and Hebrew Israelites. We came Black nationalists and Pan-Africanists. It was a who's who in Black America. Young and old, we all came together on the same page in unity. Every known civil rights icon was present. For the first time, we showed that unity. You know, the enemy always tried to separate us. So in the time of the great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., there was Malcolm and there was Martin Luther King. And they tried to kind of put them against each other. Right. Or they would have the Nation of Islam and the Civil Rights Movement. Right. Right? They would always try to put one against the other. But at the Million Man March, we came together. The civil rights movement, all of the civil rights icons and legends that we grew up reading about, celebrating. Coretta Scott King, the mother of Martin Luther King Jr., She was at the Million Man March.
What?
The wife of Martin Luther King Jr.
Right.
Dr. Betty Shabazz, the wife of Malcolm X. She was at the Million Man March. And she spoke at the Million Man March. So look at that unity.
Right.
Because the enemy even worked to divide the Nation of Islam. They worked to divide Malcolm X from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Talk back to me. We know that the counterintelligence program of the FBI was infiltrating Black organizations, causing us to fight and kill one another. So they caused a rift within the Nation of Islam, and it caused brothers to be divided, and that rift caused a rift in Black America. But in the spirit of the Million Man March, in the spirit of atonement, the wife of Malcolm X and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan atoned, and they came together, and Betty Shabazz went to the Million Man March, and she spoke at the Million Man March. Rosa Parks was at the Million Man March. Maya Angelou was at the Million Man March, and these are just the sisters. Reverend Al Sampson was there, disciple of Martin Luther King Jr., Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. It literally was a who's who of Black America. We witnessed Bloods and Crips who came on a podium and tied their rags together and made a pledge to squash their beef. So that event was so marvelous. We went to Washington, D.C., not knowing what to expect. And when we think about it, the magnitude of the march itself is something to talk about. Because I remember all my life growing up, and the big march that we would always see was the March on Washington with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights leaders. That was the march and the place where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered the famous "I Have a Dream" speech. That we've all seen the "I Have a Dream" speech. We've all seen the images of the March on Washington. That's right. Led by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. There was 200,000 people that showed up to the March on Washington. Martin Luther King, who was a Christian minister in America, which is a Judeo-Christian society. Martin Luther King, who was nonviolent. And he, with his march, they had a great movement of 200,000, and it was honored for years. But here you have the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, who was not considered a mainstream leader at the time. Even though those of us who knew. Those of us who knew who he was, we already know he was our leader. But in 1995, the mainstream was trying to play the minister like he was some irrelevant figure. He wasn't one that received support. He was a Black Muslim. And we are not nonviolent. That's not to say that we are a violent people. We are a peaceful people. But if we are attacked, we fight back in the name of Allah, and we shall be victorious. We are not the people that's going to get hit with a brick and not retaliate. We're not the ones that's going to get smacked in the face and turn the other cheek. Hello, somebody. See, we're not nonviolent like that. So when you have a Black Muslim who is not nonviolent, who is bringing Black men to Washington, D.C., do you know that we had more men in the mall that day than the standing army of the United States? We had more soldiers in Washington, D.C. Huh? And we went, but we didn't raid the Capitol building.
No, sir.
Huh?
Well,
we went and the spirit of brotherly love existed.
That's right.
And anyone that went to the Million Man March, you know that spirit. Where, man, if you stepped on a brother's shoe, you apologize. I'm sorry, my brother, for stepping on your shoe.
Yes,
And often the response from the brother will be, man, I'm sorry that I was in your way.
right. Okay.
And so there was not one incident of violence.
Right.
Not one. And when we left Washington, D.C., we left the place cleaner than it was when we got there.
That's right.
But the march wasn't to march on Washington. We went to Washington, D.C. to receive our marching orders. Now, part of it was the leader to the march was a conspiracy from the top levels of our government to destroy the Black community, Black men in particular. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was going around the country before the Million Man March with a Stop the Killing tour. And he was telling us to stop killing each other, but he was letting us know that it was a conspiracy from the highest levels of our government that was using gangs, guns, and drugs as a pretext to destroy our community wholesale. And so he started to speak to us about us stopping that killing. We came to DC. We was angry with what was going on. But we had to acknowledge our role in it. We had to atone to each other, reconcile our differences, and then take responsibility to make our community safe and decent places to live. So we left Washington, D.C. after receiving our marching orders to make our community safe and decent places to live. And we came back. And in every city in America, the murder rate dropped.
That's right.
Black men went back. We started to register to vote, because that was one of the aspects of the Million Man March, was a massive voter registration drive. And Black men who really had been the sleeping giant in the political process. Everybody talked about how great the Black woman vote is and how the Black woman saved the Democratic Party. You know, the Stacey Abrams and the Kamala Harris and all of our great sisters in politics that are doing great work. Everyone acknowledges the power of the Black woman vote, but no one even talks about the Black male vote. We like the sleeping giant because many of us have checked out of the process. But the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was able to call us, and he tapped us back into the process. And over 1 million Black men got registered to vote. And truth be told, and I'm gonna say it because this is the Holy Devil told me. This is the time for us to talk about this. Because if we don't talk about it, no one else is gonna talk about it. They don't want you to know the magnitude and the greatness of the Million Man March. They want you to forget that this thing happened. But the Black vote, in truth, has determined every major election since the Million Man March. It was the Black vote that saved Clinton when the Republicans was they impeached him. They wanted to get rid of Clinton, but Clinton won his second term because Black folks came to his aid. And after that, Black folks elected Gore. Y'all remember that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They took it away.
Black folks elected Gore. Gore won the popular vote.
That's right, sure did.
And that was Black folks that did that. But they stole that one from us.
They did.
And Gore didn't even want to fight for it. So Bush got in. And the country was split and divided. Black folks are angry with Bush. So what they did an insurance job on the Twin Towers. And they blamed it on the Muslims. With no real evidence. But that incident of the towers and the threat of terrorism galvanized America behind Bush. So everybody got behind Bush. And what Bush did, he started what you would call a modern day crusade, this war or this jihad against Islam under the banner of terrorism. And ever since the Million Man March, the powers that be were angry because over 80% of the Black men that showed up in Washington, D.C. identified as Christians.
This is.
And there was some in power that said, never again.
Right.
Will we allow a Black Muslim to call Christian, and they respond like that.
Right.
So they began to work to divide Muslims and Christians. And there were several preachers that went along with that and began attacking the Nation of Islam and attacking the Million Man March. And this is why we don't hear about the great work of the Million Man March. George Bush gave out and started what he called the faith-based initiative, where he started giving money to churches. But he made sure none of that money could come to the Nation of Islam. As a matter of fact, you won't even get the money if you're close to the Nation of Islam. So many who were close to us and have befriended us under that pressure began to ostracize us, especially in the climate of 9/11. These are facts. So Black folks backed Bush because of the FBI money, the faith-based initiative money. And when he ran for the second time, he got in. But when we was presented with Barack Obama, oh, we showed up and we showed out, didn't we? And a lot of, white liberals supported Obama. But the second term, a lot of his whites, all the stops. But the Black folk kept him in office. I'm just showing you your power. And the power of our unity. And what we actually did. And for me, I attribute all of that political power and success that we have had as a people on the spirit of the Million Man March. That's what we're here to celebrate today. One of the major clear accomplishments of the Million Man March was the reduction in violence all over the country. In 1990, the murder rate in Boston was hovering over 145 a year. But after the Million Man March, the numbers dropped. The murder rate dropped. And in 1996, President Clinton came to Boston to acknowledge that Boston was the city where the murder rate among young people dropped the lowest. And everyone started to jump and try to take credit for what they call the miracle, the Boston miracle. And all type of leaders and organizations wanted to take the credit, but the truth of the matter is that it was the spirit of the Million Man March. Brothers atoning and taking responsibility that brought the numbers down. And it happened not just in Boston, all over America, the murder rate. So everyone that was in office in 96 who benefited from the spirit of the Million Man March, they became somebody big. Mayor Giuliani became the people's mayor of New York. Because of the reduction in violence and crime in New York while he was the mayor, not because of his policies, he benefited from the spirit of the Million Man March. And as much as violence that we talk about, the truth of the matter is that the murder rates have never gone back to the numbers that we were seeing during and before the Million Man March. You would think that that's something that we would celebrate. You would think that that's something that we would commemorate and come together about. So brothers and sisters, we have to remember the beauty of that day, and we have to remember the spirit of the Million Man March. And so in that spirit, we put on this symposium. We went to DC to atone,
Right.
to reconcile, and to take responsibility.
Right.
Black men did that. We atoned to each other. We reconciled our differences. And we began to take responsibility for our community. And even within the prison system, the brothers were moved, even though they were not able to go to DC and be in the Million Man March, but they participated in all the prisons. They participated in the Million Man March, and they had their own gatherings and rallies.
All right.
And every year we have been celebrating atonement, the holy day of atonement in prison.
Right.
I've seen brothers come together, gathering over 200 men who wrote a public apology to the Black community, who wanted to apologize for the crimes that they did. See, our brothers in prison, they atoned.
Right. They did.
And many of the brothers began to work behind the wall to create programs, to contribute and to give back and to change the violence that they had participated in the community. And so we're here to say, we have atoned, and we want to continue in the spirit of atonement and reconciliation. And a lot of work has been done by us, but it's time now that we take a look now at government and government policy, particularly as it relates to mass incarceration.
Right. That's right.
Because there's a lot that they had done to create the environment that we were in. And we are told, but the question is, have they atoned?
Right. Good question.
Have they taken responsibility for flooding the Black community with crack cocaine?
Right.
Have they taken responsibility for flooding the Black community with high-powered military-grade weapons?
Right.
AK-47, AR-15, Tech-9.
Right.
They ain't never wanted Black men to have guns. In the 60s and the 70s, when the Black Panthers were advocating Black folks' right to bear arms, exercising their Second Amendment right, but they were defending the Black community against terrorist cops and racist vigilantes that were terrorizing our community. When the Panthers stood up with exercising their Second Amendment right. If you look at some of the old pictures of the Panthers, well, they had shotguns, 38s, and they were legal.
Yep.
But white folks, America, the government went crazy on the Panthers. They assassinated many of our leaders. They incarcerated many of our leaders. Some are still in prison, political prisoners, because they was fighting a racist system. And the FBI did not want Black men to have guns, shotguns. How do we go from them going crazy over Black men having shotguns and 38s in 75 to allowing teenagers to have Uzis in 85? How did that happen? Was that a coincidence? But we know that what the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was teaching us in the 90s, in the 80s and the 90s about the conspiracy. We know now that he wasn't just speaking, but it came out in the San Mercury News. Gary Webb exposed the dark alliance between the CIA and crack cocaine and the Black community. And now they make movies about it, so you can go and watch Kill the Messenger. That's the story of Gary Webb. He was an investigative journalist that stumbled upon the information and the fact that the CIA was in fact bringing crack cocaine in the Black community. And that's the story of our brother, Freeway Ricky Ross, the real Rick Ross. I met Rick Ross. He told me at one point he was making $3 million a day selling crack. He was the main supplier to the Bloods and the Crips. But what Rick Ross did not know was that his blood was a CIA operative.
Right.
Huh? So not only do you see the movie Kill the Messenger, now on that fact you can watch Snowfall.
Right.
Huh?
Right.
They got so many shows now that show you the CIA and its government complicitness in the crack epidemic and the violence going on in our community. So the question is, when are they gonna talk? Huh?
Right.
Are we gonna deconstruct and mass incarceration?
Right.
And so I say that that's where we at today. So in the spirit of the Million Man March, we want to remember the great work that we did, and we're not done yet.
Right.
We still have to work in our community to continue to reduce the violence because one homicide is too much. We still have to take responsibility and accountability, but as we do that, we have to point now where we got to hold everyone else accountable as well. And so to that end, we want to have a series of symposiums today that's going to educate you about the problem. Because the prison industrial complex is not working and it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
It comes under public safety, but prisons have not made us any safer. They call it houses of correction or the Department of Correction. But we need to really understand what's happening in these institutions because there's very little correction coming except that the inmates take initiative to create their own program to correct their own reality. And even when they do that, even when they do that, they have to face the backlash.
Right. Yeah.
So, in closing, there's a few things that we got to address. There's still too many of our brothers that are in jail from that era. And we want to analyze those tactics and we want to learn how can we deconstruct that system? How can we bring our brothers home, many who are behind the wall, wrongfully convicted, with corrupt, failed police policy that they have used in the 80s and 90s, that the evidence shows that the tactics that they use have been ineffective. But how can we bear witness that the tactics were ineffective, but yet keep the people who were imprisoned by these faulty tactics still serving time?
That's right.
So, with that, y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to give you a little overview just to let you know why we here. This is about atonement. So we got to atone, but we're gonna hold everybody else to atone. So I want to bring up and introduce our first panel. And the moderator for the first panel, I'll introduce her and she can introduce the panel as they're going to speak about some of the work and the different organizations that are working to deconstruct this system so that you can learn about their work, so that we can support that work, we can add on to that work, we can spread the word and know what it is that we can do to play our part. So without further ado, I want to bring up our sister Romilda, who's going to be the moderator for the first panel, hardworking sister, formerly incarcerated, who is now an activist out here in the community doing this work. Come on, y'all, put your hands together.
Right, here we go. So to call up our panelists, we have Sean Ellis, Christina Goldberg. I'm sorry. There's 2 mics still, you're gonna have to share. Well, they settled. Good afternoon. As Brother Randy said, I'm Romilda, the founder of Project Turnaround. I am a woman who has experienced the criminal justice system firsthand. As a formerly incarcerated youth and young adult, I understand the challenges and struggles that come with the system. I'm no longer allowing my past to define me. I'm a passionate advocate for change. I now dedicate my time and efforts to improving the lives of young individuals in Boston through the implementation of restorative justice practices. One significant role that I play is my involvement in the Massachusetts Restrictive Oversight Committee. They didn't have a seat for us at the table, but sure enough, I pulled one up for me and two brothers
Come on now.
who were both formerly incarcerated. The committee focuses on addressing the issue of solitary confinement, a practice that I am determined to abolish. My personal experience of not being able to visit my own brother in prison fueled my desire to make a positive impact on the lives of both incarcerated individuals and their families. By sharing my journey and using my powerful story as a tool for change, I aim to advocate for alternatives to solitary confinement and promote rehabilitation and reintegration programs. I firmly believe in the power of restorative justice, emphasizing that every individual, regardless of their past mistakes, deserves a chance to live a positive and successful life. Through my tireless efforts, I envision a future where youth are given the necessary support and guidance to flourish rather than being subjected to punitive measures. By using my own experience to inform my advocacy work, I strive to ensure that the criminal justice system becomes more compassionate, fair, and effective, especially to Black and brown people. My commitment to transforming the lives of others serves as an inspiration to all of us, and I challenge all of you to leave here today and figure out how you can help support some of these bills and help those that we all left behind. So I'm going to introduce the panel again. We have Sean Ellis, and Christine Goldberg and Jackie. Thank you. So the first question I would like for, well, before I do that, can you all individually, quick 1 or 2 minutes, introduce yourself and the work that you do in the community and
my name is Sean Ellis. I'm the subject of a docuseries on Netflix called Trial of 4. And it's a snapshot. And it's only a snapshot of what happened to me and my family. But I spent 22 years in prison for a crime that I did not commit. I've been home for a little over 8 years and have since founded a program called the Exoneree Network that helps people who are released out of prison in a similar way that I was get back on their feet. And so, yeah.
My name is Goldberg. I'm formerly incarcerated. Speak up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a community organizer for the community to end life without parole. Within that coalition, we support the management venture, which is John and Florida, created it, and we supported like a bill called and also founded the FA Foundation, which is a reentry program that works with the management job.
Hi, my name is Shiaka McIntosh. I am a community activist for the Men Behind the Wall of We Are Joint Venture. It is a bill that we are currently trying to get passed. The Men Behind the Wall actually created this bill. They put it together and they have women like me, Cynthia, that acting as a vessel for them on the outside. I'm trying to help get this bill passed.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming out. My name is Jacqueline Fonseca. I'm a community advocate. I'm an organizer. I'm with the Harriet Tubman Project. I work with incarcerated men directly at MCI Norfolk under the AACC, the African American Coalition Committee. And we assist them in getting their voices heard on the outside. One of the campaigns that I've helped start is the Free Coupon campaign to help just bring light to who he is and just the injustice that's been done in his case. And many more to come. That's just the first of many campaigns. We really want the voices of these men to be heard. So at some point during this panel, Fuquan may be calling in to let you all know more about how the Department of Corrections is attacking the AACC directly for all the positive organizing that they're doing currently. So we have to have their back because there's people on the whole and all types of crazy stuff happening because they're speaking out and they're doing the work that should be done, positive work. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you guys for your commitment to this work. So I'm gonna ask all panelists, we'll start with Jackie and with Sean. Can you share your experience with the criminal justice system and how it has impacted your life, whether you yourself been incarcerated or dealing and supporting someone who is incarcerated?
So again, my name is Jackie, and I've been incarcerated. I have never been incarcerated, but I've been affected by the criminal justice system in many different points. I'm from Dorchester, born and raised. The first time I dealt with the criminal justice system was when my cousin was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered here in Dorchester, and his crime went unsolved. And it pains me because I had to see how that affected not only his direct family, but also me and foster care and how it was a domino effect on the whole community. And the whole family just got, you know, just got in shambles after that murder. And then moving on, I became a housing advocate, fighting for housing inequities here in Boston. And I understand firsthand how that affects a lot of people and it leads them to a crime-lived life when they don't have stability in their home and they can't afford affordable housing. How you can very easily be led to drug dealing and different things to try to support yourself and afford housing here in Boston. And in that work, I was introduced to the AACC and the African American Coalition Committee out of MCI Norfolk, assisting men that are coming home from prison with affordable housing so they don't go back by committing crimes to help themselves. So with the work that I do with the Harriet Tubman Project, I've been working with Juan directly and just seeing all of the community organizing work that he does behind the walls and out here with the youth, teen empowerment and different organizations like that. Taking responsibility for handling guns when he was younger and how that impacted his family. Yes. So I've been able to, through his voice, understand more about the lived experience of those that are incarcerated since I am not incarcerated. But understanding that those that are wrongfully convicted, their families are affected, and those that are victims of homicide and violence, there's still someone out there that's still continuing this crime. So when one person is wrongfully incarcerated, more people are out there that are being hurt by those that are actually committing the crime. So we have to look at it holistically, and I've been affected by it in many different ways. Thank you.
Okay, so I've been affected by this in so many ways myself. Even with my brother, it's an open case, but there was an officer that actually shot his own wife. And he's not even doing time for it. He got like a slap on the wrist, and he is someone who actually was the arresting officer in my brother's case. And my brother has had an active open case for 5 years. And now they're like, just take 2 years. And it's like the person that actually arrested me shot his own wife. And so it's like an ongoing situation that is just, you know, is crazy. And then as far as Earl Folger, who was one of the guys he is the vice president of the joint venture, he for these guys to be able to put this together behind the wall and bring me to the forefront. I was just the person that was gonna organize events, and now I'm here. So the men behind the wall have put this together and put me in place to be able to speak with you guys today. But an example of a joint venture is basically you and I are together. I might have been with you at the scene. You actually commit the murder of the crime. Maybe I was there. I'm guilty of being there. You know what I mean? But I didn't actually kill the person. But they are giving men natural life with no chance of parole for just being there. Something as simple as just being there. Our young men, 9 times out of 10, we know a lot of times they will be with the wrong crowd, wrong place, wrong time. And a lot of our babies are, you know, catching cases and being locked up for a natural life just for being at the scene of a crime. There's even cases where men are actually telling on their counterparts, saying, listen, I didn't do it, he did it, and they're still getting natural life with no chance of parole. It's like a setup, it's like a trap. It is a trap. So also, yeah, I know a lot of Black men in my family have been incarcerated. It has torn a lot of my our family apart. And me as a sister and a mom, and I just don't want my kids to go through that. And every day I'm thinking about, you know, I'm extra tough on my son because it's like, don't go there, don't do that, don't do that, because I'm like instilling fear in him because I'm fearful of the way the system is corrupt. And just for my son being in the wrong place all the time, I would never want him to fall victim to such things as a joint venture. And
how did I get involved in this? Well, as long as they're in this gentleman.
I'm sorry, can you speak more into the mic?
I said I sat behind that wall, that's. All said and done, for about 14 hours I gave the system. You know, I was there and I saw a lot of people sort of to go home. I saw a lot of this. So when I get out, it's kind of, you either get involved and make a change. You can talk about it all you want. It's a nice conversation with a cup of coffee, but you gotta do something about it. So before I got involved in CELWOP, I founded the Update Foundation, and that was for children coming home, because you come home and what do you have? What do? They give you a pen and tell you how to write a resume. It's not good enough. It's very damaging to go to this, and you need a lot of help. So I founded that, and then I met Sean, and Sean actually found out he went to CELWOP. So that's the campaign to end life without parole. And we want people to come home or receive a parole vote after 25 years. Don't they deserve that? 25 years, you don't deserve a chance. And then the lovely coalition at MCI Norfolk, we are a joint venture. We support them, work with them. That building's to be passed, and now we're working on that second part. Does everyone know what that new bill is? And so that's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. So that's basically what's happening when we start on health and make some change.
How have I been impacted by the system? 19 years old, for my community, actually leaving the funeral of two family members that were married. That's how impacted initially by the system. But being inside the system, spending 22 years in a cell, I have long arms, right? Just have a little bit more uplifting shot. I could touch both wall itself. And then I had a pace about 20 feet at best. That's something psychological. To lose parents, to lose family, to lose friends, and not be able to go and to bid the positive and pay your final respects. It does something to you emotionally. It does something to me emotionally. Because I have to choose, like, do I continue to allow myself to feel the pain that accompanies that experience, or do I start to detach from them? And I chose to detach from that for my own survival. Talk about how it affected my system. Recently, I realized, I realized, I think how much, like, I don't want to say the biggest, the 13th, real. Like that's real for me. The 13th Amendment, slavery is abolished. Right, it's gonna stop there. But let's not today. Except if one is duly convicted of a crime. Where are we sentencing people to? Back into a state of slavery. The Constitution says it. Slavery or involuntary servitude is abolished except if one is duly convicted of a crime. How are we affected by the system of society? Because we're saying that slavery's over. It's only over if you didn't commit a crime. What about me? I didn't commit a crime. I was still a slave.
Right, right.
Go ahead, boy, now. Go ahead.
There's a problem with like this is what's going on. Like I'm not at all saying that like we should endorse lawlessness at all. I'm not saying that. But the current iteration of this criminal legal system, it don't work. It's not working, and it's affecting us all.
Thank you. We're gonna stay with you. So, what challenges in society based upon being exonerated?
The problems that I experienced, first and foremost, I gotta thank the minister. Because when my mom, when law enforcement threatened to push my mother downstairs, he came through. He wanted the fruit, and I thank y'all for that. I hadn't been released yet. I was fighting for release and then threatened to push my 70-something-year-old mother down the steps of my courthouse. When I came home to nothing except my family and my friends. No push for no mental health counseling. No push for no emotional healing, like no nothing. Not no apology, not that I wanted one, right? But just open the door and go. And so it's like when we watch the news and you see what's going on in the news, because we're gonna hear it again. So please keep noting this. You're gonna hear at some point, right? That it's the guys coming home, it's the guys being released. Stop it. Don't fall into that. All right. They're releasing people from prison with nothing, no that they need and deserve, that I needed and deserved. So the push now needs to be to create the institutions and create the things to receive these brothers that are coming home, any sisters that are coming home. Peace.
Yes, to add to that, Sean is right. 2%, the recidivism rate for youth offenders and those that are coming home after and in a life bid is 2%, and the 2% are not in the Black and brown communities. That's a fact. Thank you, Sean. Christina Goldberg. Cynthia, sorry, I keep on her sister's name. Sorry, Cynthia. So, you fight and advocate to end life without parole. What are the main arguments that you hear from folks that are against ending life without parole in Massachusetts?
A lot of arguments. There are a lot of arguments out there. People are afraid of the unknown, and that's what they don't understand. They don't understand that after 25 years, all the work that you've done in prison, you've rehabilitated yourself. I'll be a better person than I am. This gentleman teaches me every day, and he's the argument I get out is why should we give a second chance? Why shouldn't we give a second chance? This is a human thing. Why should you have death by a prison? Shouldn't have death. Why should that, fence around the prison be a graveyard? So many people ask me, why are people deserving of a second chance? My response is, we're just asking for them to be allowed to see parole after 25 years. We don't get to make a decision in parole with us. Many men, many women behind that wall have gone to school, gone into programs, have gotten counseling, and counseling in there, to say the least, not the best, but they've worked hard and they've done so much. They've started coalitions. They've completely changed, maybe spirituality. So are they deserving of a second chance? Sure. And these are the folks, the men and women that are gonna get out. And I feel the safest way, we're gonna get out. But I have no guarantee. You have no guarantee what someone's gonna do. I don't, but we're asking for a second chance. And these are the men and women that are gonna come out and help everybody else and pull them out of the fire. So, second chance.
Thank you. Jackie, how does the racial and socio-economic disparities in the criminal justice system relate and take down Black and brown people from our community?
So honestly, I see it starting in the school system with kids. It doesn't just start in the criminal justice system. They're failing our children. So there's a lack of representation in our schools where we don't see Black men in schools. So a lot of those young Black boys, they're being thrown out of the class because they're being disruptive and things of that nature, but they're coming from home issues where they may have drug addicted parents, they may be, poor and they haven't eaten a meal before they came to school, things like that. So it really needs to start, or it starts systematically from the very beginning when they're born. The hospitals, young mothers don't get the same health care that other women of color, not of color, do. So the criminal justice system is just where we like to point the finger, say, look at all these Black people and brown people in prison, but really it's starting from the inception, just by the color of your skin. So race has everything to do with it, unfortunately. And if you're not someone of color, then it's economic, where you have white people that are dealing with a lot of the same things we're dealing with because they don't have money to represent themselves and to protect themselves from the law that's preying on us. Because slavery, why is that the accurate punishment for a crime? What does free labor have to do with the crime that you committed? That has nothing to do with it. And we all know slavery is not right. It's immoral. Like, why is it that when someone commits a crime, we can send them off for free labor? What does that benefit? A lot of these organizations, as I spoke before, Victoria's Secret, McDonald's, you have Bank of America, Verizon, Sprint, they're making money off of people that are incarcerated. They have contracts with prisons. And prison stock is also a thing on Wall Street. You can buy stock into prison. So they're not gonna stop putting people in prison and they don't care if you're guilty or not of the crime. They just wanna keep it filled. They have quotas to fill. So whether you are someone of color and no one's gonna care, or they're gonna believe that you committed a crime because you're Black, or you come from the hood, or you're someone that is poor. We have a lot of homeless people on Mass Ave that are getting picked up and they're not trying to fix that issue because they need people to blame when something goes wrong. So race and economic issues go hand in hand. And if you're Black and poor, then you're really behind the ball. And I'm, luckily here in Massachusetts, we don't have a death penalty, but people are dying by prison. We have life without parole. And if you're someone that's wrongfully convicted, you're going to die in prison. You don't get a chance to see parole. But there's people down south that are in the same situation. They're being wrongfully convicted and they don't have money to get proper representation. They're literally being executed by the law because they can't afford a penalty. So what are you going to do? So again, social economic issues and racism, it all goes together. And until we have to really put some blame onto the people that create these systems, we're just going to keep looking at the bad apples in our community to understand that falling into a systematic oppression that's already been set up for them.
Thank you. Yes, school prison pipeline in Israel, and I'm sure everybody who's ever been incarcerated, yes, you get paid the most at certain jobs as a doctor. And imagine how much Verizon, Starbucks, and all those other companies are making. Thank you. She, coming from someone who has experience of both sides, losing a loved one to violence, and also having family members incarcerated. How would ending life without parole affect public safety and the rights of victims?
Well, I'm definitely all for those who, you know, we're not so much of like, we don't want people to pay the consequences for a crime that they did. My child's father was murdered. My son was there, and some people, like you said, I have a brother who's incarcerated, name is Don. He actually published 3 books. He is wrongfully incarcerated, but he has no chance to get parole at all. And someone like him, you know, he mentors my kids from behind the wall. He pushes me from behind the wall. The biggest positive impact that I feel that I have had recently have been from the men behind the wall. They come together like, hey, we have a speaking engagement in the state house, we have a speaking engagement here, and things like that. And then I look at men like Sean, Ellis, and one who have a major positive impact. No one can impact our Black children better than the men that have already experienced what it's like to be incarcerated wrongfully or have made those mistakes. And though, like you said, those teachers aren't that relatable. But those men that have been behind the wall or have made those mistakes, they see where our young men are going. They've been there. They know what it's like. You know, they come from the same background, so to speak. So, yeah, I'm definitely with giving some people a certain a second chance. I've also worked in healthcare where I've seen where they wheeling those 89-year-old men come to them beds. And those white guards are at that bed. And they, no matter if that person can't walk, cannot walk, barely can speak, hooked up to all types of tools. Those white men are by those bedsides while these men cannot walk, chained up to our hospital beds.
That's the actual Zoom.
Witness these things in healthcare. And it hurts me. And it, you know, and I have to save face when I go in here and see Black men chained to a bed. You know, feet can't, we know for a fact he can't run, can't walk, can't speak. So, yeah, that would definitely do us some justice to, you know, stop in mass incarceration and give everyone a second chance.
Definitely. We have mothers who handcuffed and shackled while they're pregnant.
Say, I haven't even witnessed that right there.
I have, you know, my oldest, wow, it's real. And you're really shackled to a bit, like giving birth. So it's real. Cynthia, back to you. Are there any alternative sentencing options that could be considered instead of life without?
Yes, currently we're working in a segment that we actually Russell Owens has filed in Morgan. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. It's to have your sentence, you would go back before your sentencing judge or the judge that's sitting there. And if you're under 25, so we recognize that a lot of these young men and women have gone to prison and they really didn't have the cognitive ability and they made some poor choices. However, you know, they still have to have accountability, restorative justice. But we're asking that someone's sentence can be reevaluated. So if you're under 25, and no life was lost, then at 10 years, you are allowed to go before a judge, and they will look at what you have done while you were incarcerated, how you have changed, if you participated in restorative justice, and exactly how you transformed yourself. If a life was taken, I believe under 25, it's 12 years. And over 26, if no life was taken 15 years, we can go into the court. And if the life was taken, it's 18. But what we really need is, we need the community. This is what we keep saying. We need our community to support this bill. We need the families, the friends, and many people, they reach out to Russell Combs, who has filed, but we need you to reach out to your representative within the district you live in, because that's how, and being here and being at the rally we have, but taking a second look and a second chance is, we're hoping that they'll pass that or they'll recognize it. So we keep advocating it, and we will be in November back at the State House advocating again for mass second one. So we need the community on that side. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, thinking of the brothers that you left behind, you did so much time with, and seeing their growth and where they are today. And when they went in just as young as you, what steps can be taken to ensure a fair and equitable process for reevaluating current life without parole students?
I want to bring my brother, REICI, into this space. I want to bring my brother Glorious alive to this space, as well as Divine Truth to this space too. Actually, because everybody over there. Because the reality is that I was there with him. And Sister Talk spoke about like being shackled to a bed. Like, I experienced that. I'm saying, like, I experienced going to a hospital, like shackled. I'm saying I was able to walk, but I shouldn't have been there. And you said the effects of the incarceration, like that's part of the effects of the humiliation. Just like without parole. Earlier I shared that I was arrested leaving the funeral of my two cousins. The person that pled guilty to killing me is in prison with a second, meaning that he has the possibility of parole. But I kind of had, like, I wrestled with myself, right? Because I don't believe in life sentences. I believe that those sentences are inhumane. I don't believe that anybody can be just thrown away, placed in a cell and just forgotten about. Like, that's morally offensive to me. But now I have to think about, well, if this guy was convicted of a first, like, what I want to do now. And the reality is that I know that people change, even though, like, I'm saying this I am struck, right? Because I have an emotional reality. So me and my cousins were close, like super close, especially my younger one. So losing her was like losing part of me. You know what I mean? And so, like, there's anger there, right? That's my emotional thing. What about my values? What about my values? What about my intellectual capabilities? Like, what about my ability to sit and think and say, well, do people change? Has this person changed? What happened? Why do you even do it? Like, so we're speaking about restorative justice and criminal legal system. Like, okay, you're prosecuting somebody on behalf of my family, but my family can't be, we still got questions. It's like, so my point is this, right? that life without parole, is a sentence, right, that I believe we all should have a problem with. Because I don't believe that any of those brothers over there, lack value. Food, corn, me and this brother journey, like, I know that brother for the overwhelming majority of the times I spent in prison, and me and that brother bonded around positivity and intellectual growth. Me and that brother's relationship was centered on, our brotherhood was centered on positivity and intellectual growth. Why is he still in prison?
Right.
I attribute this man, the man that I am today, this man helped me to become. Why is this man still in prison? Like without parole. Like they're lying to our community saying that they're making our community safe. That sentence does not make our community safer. There's statistics that prove it. I don't have it here in front of me. I'm not the statistic guy, right? But there's statistics that shows that life without parole does not make our community safe. But that's what their talent is. Their talent is about public safety. Let's reallocate some funds for public safety. So I'm very off the question. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm gonna pick on someone who's in the audience, but the reason why I'm picking on him is because he just recently came home at 20-some years, very long time. So, and going in as a juvenile, well, what we consider juveniles today, my brother Supreme. We'll pick on him real quick. And the reason why I'm asking this question is because you just came home, currently at. So, thank you. So to speak to your experience as someone who was in prison, you were sentenced originally to life without parole. You were recently released, that sentence was overturned, and you were released, and now currently you have a waiting to come home. How can we address the concerns of those who argue that ending life without parole may lead to increased violence or crime rates?
Please, thank you. I will stand up, it's on the right hand side. First, this is my sister. I'm gonna stand in front of her on either side of her and back of her. We say proper education over correct errors. Let's start with that. 33 years, sis. 33 years, I've been home 48 days to date. It's because of the intellectual growth, education, and determination that I'm able to be out 48 days and do a litany of things that I'm challenging the men in the audience, and I'm challenging the men in the community, haven't been able to do in 48 weeks. You know, all we got is us, and we don't challenge each other. All we'll have is us, and right now, we're not the best examples for our young boys and girls in our community as fathers, as husbands, as mentors, as peers. So, my brothers, it's always a challenge with me, and I'm going to challenge you right back. Please, to your question. Violence is both is mainly psycho-emotional violence, and my judgment begins at and because of adverse childhood experiences and traumas unaddressed because of adverse childhood experiences. Being a progenitor of restorative justice practice inside of Massachusetts prison, one of the things that I found most profound and transformative in my life was being able to sit down as a person who is responsible for committing violence. The other brothers who are equally responsible for committing violence and watch us go through a healing process to the point that we now want to stand up and hold ourselves accountable as responsible parties to bring healing to our community. So a life sentence will not do anything to deter violence. You know, it is a life sentence that actually started the violence. You know, we were sentenced to life in poverty. We were sentenced to life in homelessness. We were sentenced in life to niggardliness. You know, the next 25 years, I was saying to the brothers, I come to heal and wealth build. And it's from that healing pedagogy that we can show the brothers who are incarcerated with life without possibility of parole, what it means to be psycho-emotionally free. As the Queen said, I would have a second degree, but I posted as if I was serving a natural life sentence because I went to parole for 5 times. They did not want to let me out. And they did not want to let me out because I'm a revolutionary, because I'm a solutionary, because I'm a change agent. Come on, because I put the power in my heart. So we came to heal and we came to build. And we live by a methodology. We don't transform this criminal legal system from the inside out or working outside in. We left too many brothers behind. On my tour of duty, we said no man left behind. So I'm obligated to these brothers, sisters, equally down to make good on my words. My word is my bond, and my word will never fail. Because for my word to fail, my life will fail. Coming back to the heart of that question, given to us. Sister Fatima Cherry was one of my heroes. She said our communities will begin to heal when our men can cry. I sit in this audience. No other place matters to me but sitting next to my brothers who are also responsible parties, formerly incarcerated men in the front row. Because what other men have failed to do, we will do. And I'm saying to you as a challenge, stand alongside of us. Get out of our way, because here we come. We will respond with our abilities. And we know those abilities are to transform lives. You're looking at a city robust for change agents. Get out of our way, because we come to heal and wealth build. Peace.
Thank you, Superintendent. We're gonna close out the panel discussion with Brother Fuquan, who we brought the picture in the front so he can be visible on who he is. He is on the phone. He's currently incarcerated and housed at Norfolk State Prison. Fuquan's gonna speak to being part of the AACC, the African American Coalition, which is an organization within the state prisons of Black men who come together to build and to make change within the system. And what they're going through right now is what many of us have gone through when you stand up and speak out against these folks. You're placed in solitary confinement, you're trying to be dismantled. So thank you. I appreciate you. Yep. So we have Fuquan and Harriet.
Go ahead. Can y'all hear him?
All right. Always correct error, and it's always important to form of the reality that so the world one of the big organizations throughout the nation that formally organized Black and brown offenders in the setting, so that they can give us some redress to their conditions. The was established in 1972 here in Unlawful. And our responsibility has been to not just uplift Black rights, but to provide equity and equity and center light and spotlight areas where there wasn't equity shown to those who are Black and brown. The last years doing that, even though there's been pioneers that is training with one of the tenants, so the position when he was unlawfully there, and that's just stepped off early, but he took the baton and carried on, highlighting structural racism. So it's got an incredible spotlight on us as cases, but not just the program in prison, just happen to operate in a correctional setting, but we are the civil rights organization in the state. And as a result of that, we're under the DOC specifically and structurally. So it's trying to alter the dynamics of what we're doing. It's trying to, because we didn't comply with putting in the self-improvement package, because we are under the council structurally. So we're not even in a position to with a because it has something that's designated by the people. So then, but they're trying to change the language of what you're supposed to be. And it's something we're not speaking to. And it's true, we had a meeting with State Rep Russell Holmes this Saturday, and he agreed wholeheartedly that anything is everything that's happening to be more integrated to what they've been doing, because when they were those most marginalized from society and integrate them into civic learning, social learning component, and often mixed with those people our background. So what the want to find and we're trying to do our best to make people aware of what problems are not always problems. But the problem is for a lot for somebody for brother who's doing the work, they're not recognizing that they were part of a certain committee doing this work. So in truth, this is just an awareness for them for them, for updates for the very near future on how they're functioning, but it's important for all of those men to call in state representatives and ask why the AAC, Latino cultural and the Asian cultural group being under attack or what is being intended behind being in the prison. And I just wanted to extend that level of wisdom based on the knowledge of my personal experience by being here. And I appreciate the time and the opportunity that you afforded to stop. So,
Thank you. So we have anybody's email, so we'll send everybody that information that Furqan just spoke of to contact your legislators to ask them that exact question. Next, we're gonna open it up to the audience. So if anyone has a question for the panelists, please just raise your hand and I'll walk up to you. Don't be shy. All right, I'm gonna come back here because you went first.
Yes, I want to ask, Brother Sean, what was it that allowed you to keep your sanity as best as you could when you were doing this injustice that was placed upon you?
I don't know that I did. I'm not sure about it. It's you know, I know what happened to me. I know that my mom gave me my instructions, and that I held true to them. I think one of the biggest things, like, that kept me like grounded really was learning myself. Getting that knowledge of self. That's what I would have to say. You know, kept me sane. And then I was around good people. I didn't just associate with just any and everybody. I associated with people that I felt aligned with my moral value.
Oh, okay. Anyone else?
With the legalization, which is different from what you're talking about now, the legalization of marijuana over 3 years ago here in Massachusetts. And we have brothers and sisters that are incarcerated because of the sale of marijuana. What are your thoughts about that they should be released because marijuana has become legal here in Massachusetts?
Yes, sir.
That's a legal question about that. Right? I have legal training, so I'm gonna give you a legal answer. Right? At the time of the offense, right, the substance was illegal. So there was a crime that was committed. That's what the court was saying. But now, right, the reality is, the minute you just heard the minister talk about a conspiracy to bring drugs into the Black and brown community. Like the thing, so the legal, I got a problem with the wrong of the legal system. Right? And that's an iteration of the wrong of the legal system. I don't believe that our brothers and sisters should be incarcerated for possession of marijuana. Right. Especially where it's legal now. How is it legal in the state court but not legal in the federal court? Tell me that. I mean, like, so, no, I care what you asked me.
People still have it on their court.
And as my sister said, slavery was considered legal at one point too.
My brother here.
As of recently, it seems like there's been a political trend towards, I don't know, momentum building up for criminal justice reform, whatever you want to call it. It seems like there's a lot of organizations that were not in this space, or even the higher ed that were not in this space, that have kind of jumped on the bandwagon, if you will. And how do we stop society from viewing this as a political hot topic or something that is like trending, when they need to say this is something that is fundamental to life in general? How do we stop it from making it seem like this is some liberal buying or whatever? Like this is what it is. This is society. So how do we kind of cement ourselves from making it be like a political trend and just letting it be known that this is the biggest thing?
This is how we answer that question about it, right? What is social equality? It's coming together for one common cause. Right? To me, it don't matter in society, so right? I'm talking to you now, right? We got to stand up as Black men and take charge in our communities, right? Right? And as leaders, it doesn't matter, man, what you're going, you're traveling in the direction that you're traveling. And if people are coming on, right, they're gonna come on. People are gonna fall off, right? You can't be distracted. You gotta stay focused on people, right? This isn't a moment, like this is our lives. So I understand what you're saying. People who's coming on, yeah, it's trendy, right? But the thing is, we're not going nowhere because this is our life. This isn't nothing new to us, right? But it's an opportunity, right, to now amplify your voice and what's going on in our community, right? So if the iron is hot for 10 minutes, right, utilize that 10 minutes to the best of your ability. You know what I'm saying to you? Don't. It's going to cool back down. Just know it's going to cool back down. But you gonna put them jeans on, why? Because they was in your closet and it's your life. We gotta just stay focused as men. We gotta, as we doing this work, we can't continue to lose our babies to the system, into the streets. I'm saying, so we got one of the things when brothers experience with at the ATC, brothers get attacked for doing good in prison. All right, brothers get attacked for doing good in prison. Brothers in prison are making smart cool. Brothers in prison is making smart cool. So now when I yell about it, it's the older brothers that was once in the street and brothers are studying now it's starting to become more attractive, right? And then brothers starting to get attacked and go to the hole. We can't let that happen. Because if we allow that disconnect, if we allow ignorance to continue to be cool, right? Our communities are going to continue to look the way they're looking and things are going to continue to happen the way they happen. But if we continue to support our brothers in prison who are making intelligence, right, cool, then our communities are going to change and they're going to continue to change. We're a byproduct of it. So some of us in these suits and looking sharp, and we're a byproduct of brothers in prison, right, making learning, studying, intelligence cool.
How do we stop them from capitalizing off our struggles?
Capitalizing? We can't stop no one from doing anything. What I'm saying, the brother, is you stay focused on what the work is. The people are gonna do what they're gonna do. Right? Why be distracted?
I want to add on real quick to what Sean's saying, because it is ignorance, just not knowing, not that they're dumb, they just don't know. And it's all, the answer is education, proper education always corrects stuff. And we say that because we truly believe it. When you properly educate someone, it'll correct the error or the illusion that they have in their mind that it's just a trending topic. So the proper education in this matter is Harriet Tubman Project and the AACC are the ones that are making this political move from the inside first. This started years ago internally. It's just now popping out here because now we have politicians of color that are taking the time out of their day to go into the prisons and learning and meeting these men. Christopher Well, for example, he did a whole tour of all the MCIs in Massachusetts to see and meet these brothers one-on-one. So that's why it's trending now, because we have the right politicians and all the brothers that are organizing and they've been doing the work. Now we've came together and then we have all of us. So whenever you hear someone say, oh, it's just trending, that's your opportunity to properly educate them. Don't make them feel small, but let them know, like, the brothers on the inside are doing the work and the right politicians are hearing and addressing it. Russell Holmes is doing this work for over 7 years. He doesn't ask for any limelight. He's not posting it nowhere. Russell Holmes goes in every Saturday, the first Saturday of every month for the past 7 years to meet with the AACC to find out what are the solutions. And these brothers, the Harriet Tubman Project specifically, and we are joint venture, which is part of that legal team, they're writing bills inside of prison that we are now going out to the State House to testify, and they're testifying in there virtually as well for bills. So the political climate that we're in, it's the people that are most impacted by it that are making it happen. So anytime you hear that, I think that's an opportunity to have a conversation. And like Sean said, if they're gonna come, whatever motivated them to come, cool, but now we have to educate them so that they stay.
My name is James Henry III. I'm a proud member of the Black Men's Political Task Force. I think there's some of the brothers in this space. Can y'all raise your hand? So what's your full name? I want to honor it when I say it.
Sean Ellis.
Sean Ellis. I appreciate what you were saying. It actually sent chills down my back because I think that some of the things you were saying are lost in terms of our community. I think accountability and the way you referenced it showed the fact that I'm gonna talk about Black men for a second. We as Black men on the outside have the ability to reach and do things that are preventative work before brothers get to that space because it's within the realm of our control. And I don't think that we take enough accountability as men to say when we see another brother, how do we descend it? We talked about permission granting with other brothers making smart cool, right? And that is, I call mental health permission because too often mental health is a cliche term. But I know you behind the wall, there's times when you say when you're in that box, There's ways that you gotta sustain your mental health. And then you have permission for others to be able to do the same. So it's like I say, again, I shame about saying a rite of passage, but sometimes you have to quantify how, whether the hierarchy in prison looks like a hierarchy in terms of giving to another brother feels. Can you just speak to how that might be done in this space? And the only reason I'm asking you that is because sometimes before folks can understand it, they have to realize that when you look at something, you can dissect what another brother needs, and that's the permission you give that brother, if you follow what I'm saying.
Let me see if I understand the question. In the relationships that are built in there, right? Are you asking me like how we pass?
I can say it a different way. Peace. If you see another brother dysregulated, you might realize he came in there, he's trying to fight for his respect. He's trying to fight for what he doesn't know because he's in an alienated space. So when you see him, you can look at it, you probably live through it. God, there's a permission to give that brother. How do you go about it? Because I think a lot of us in the barbershop, we understand. Right. I think other folks need to get to see it from a black man's perspective. That's the thing.
So the way that I did my time was a little bit different, right? It was like silent. I spoke a lot without speaking. And what I mean is like the way I carried myself, right? I didn't play a lot of games. I didn't think I was the toughest guy. Didn't want to be the toughest guy, but I was focused, right? As I grew in prison, like I learned, I learned how to be able to tell like a young brother, hey yo man, chill man, you're bugging for no reason, right? But the thing is, because like over time, there is a respectability that comes just with doing time, how you do your time, and how you carry yourself. So it was like the young brothers are more receptive. Like the same brothers that brothers can't talk to on the street, brothers are scared to talk to on the street. Like there is that leeway as long as they respect you. If they respect you, if you don't got no mud on your name, right? Then you can talk with them brothers every day, all day, right? But as long as you're real and authentic, if they don't feel as though you're being real, they're not gonna deal with you. I don't know if I'm answering this question.
I want to add on to that. I'm sorry, sir. So there's a campaign called Know Your Smoke. Some of us may know about it.
Yeah.
So we have to understand who our smoke is. Our smoke is not one another. Our smoke is the institutions that make us think that one another is the issue. So what Hassan has done really well and why he connects with a lot of brothers inside of organizing is that he educates them on, I understand you made mistakes, I made mistakes. But we made mistakes under the false pretense that we were each other's smoke, when we need to come together and correct these institutions that are putting us in here. So that very quickly makes brothers realize, like, yeah, I shouldn't be beefing with you because it's only gonna hurt me, it's gonna hurt you, and we're only gonna keep bringing this negativity to ourselves. So we have to organize and understand who our smoke is. So I think in a nutshell, what he's saying is also, I want to add on to what he said is, they have to respect you. So you have to be carrying yourself in a certain manner where people are gonna respect what you're saying. So if you're slinging drugs in the institution and you're doing things you ain't supposed to be doing and you're telling them like, no, your smoke is, they're not really gonna respect it. But if you are a solid brother, you're culturally rooted, or you are having integrity, you live by what you say you're gonna do, whether people are watching you or not. Then when you're telling them like, yo, brother, I'm not your smoke, it's the DOC that's your smoke, then they're gonna understand it better. So I think the simple answer is just know who your smoke is.
Thank you.
This is the hand.
I just have a couple of comments, actually. First of all, I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be here. My son came, he showed me this on his phone, and I was like, okay, so I gotta be here.
Thank you to Margaret, have to. So, I no longer live in Boston, not by choice, I've been gentrified. So I don't know a lot that goes on in the city, like and so like. When we talk about community, like one of my biggest fears is that we don't really have pleasant regentrification, like, but it puzzles me when we have these kind of forums and there are empty seats in their space around the room, because I think they should be full. Because mass incarceration touches everybody, even the people who's doing it, because a CO is incarcerated as well. You spend a whole bunch of hours incarcerated too. And to treat a person, I did over 11 years incarcerated. Not all at once, but I did 3, 7, and 1, or 3, 7, and 1, and 1 on a violation with effect. And so I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot. I thought maybe God was allowing me to go through these paths so that I could reach back and assist. Right now, I do mental health work. I'm in the mental health work. But I work out in the suburbs with a lot of people that do not look like me. And I'm sorry, but I don't care about what they do. I just don't. I want to work with people who look like me, who've been through what I've been through, because I know those people are hurt. I am still hurt, and grown every day. But the mass incarceration thing is just so big to me, like it's so evil to me. Everything about it. And I just want to be a part of the solution. And I just want to, I'll just keep coming.
Thank you. Very cool.
This message is for Brother Sean. You made a very profound statement about you did your time, but no one ever asked anyone who did their time, what did their time do to them? And I'm speaking to the brother with the beige coat, the preventative. You all seen some stuff, I've had people who've seen some stuff, you witnessed some stuff. How do you heal? Because if you don't address, as my brother Smitty, the ugly elephant in the room, things have a way of coming up and rearing this ugly head in ways that you would not be after a certain thing. And brothers and sisters are sent back to their loved ones without them being helped, supported. And it's just a vicious cycle. Literally, the CEOs are with their generation, they're waiting for you and I, filmers, to come back, because they really is not designed to help them to heal. Again, my father's a lifer right now, he just turned 82, ain't did a crime in almost 40 years. And we're trying to get him hard. Okay, so, and I have other family members that are incarcerated, but what do you, and then they let them loose back onto the society without any kind of help. So that's why one, as a clinician in recovery, a clinician in mental health, like the sister said, working with, towards that recovery, we, like she said, we are here in the hard community to help, so they see us. Like we say, he wanted to be the first Black mental health clinician to help those, like when they saw us. They saw us. We didn't live in the suburb and came in and did them. No, he wanted us to be right here. That was a criteria. And like, you couldn't work in his organization. You couldn't contract. So we have to give back in a way that helps heal the Black men and women. So you got women who have children who are affected. And if you don't help, then it's going to rear its ugly head. And for me, I'm sick and tired. So I'm glad to be where I'm at doing this work and really be compassionate and be intentional about doing this work. It's not about a paycheck, because it's going to pay for itself if you do it with the best of intention. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our last question. You can stay around. People are still gonna be around and you can talk to them. I just ask that you don't bombard people because it gets overwhelming. So just approach them like you're approaching your neighbor.
Yes, hi, I'm Carol, Sister Carol. I have a master's in therapy, and what I'm observing and hearing and accepting from what everyone is saying, there's a lot of hurt, there's a lot of pain, a lot of baggage that you have inherited throughout life's journey. Whether in prison or not, nonetheless, you need to bring closure and resolve those issues, just like that sister said. If you do it through the system, it's never gonna happen. It's an open door for them to get insurance money as long as they can on your behalf. I just want to put that out there. I don't know if how I can plug into all of this to help you to bring closure and resolve to all of that. I am a published author and I use my book to help you to do that. I just want to just say that.
Happy holiday, we're talking to my family.
So Brother Randy, he's gonna finish off with this question. How can we address the concerns of those who argue that ending life without parole may lead to increased violence or crime rates in our communities?
Thank you for that question. I'm a brother that spent the better part of 30 years in prison. You know, as a civilian, I would go in, I was a chaplain, and I went and I've been in all of the prisons in Massachusetts, from the most violent prison, the Max, Supermax, EDU, and I got a chance to walk through those halls, through those corridors, and even the cell blocks, and even the literal cells. And so I would say that that's a misnomer. Right? A lot of times when people found out that I'm a chaplain, I go to prison every day, people say, man, aren't you scared going in jail? Isn't it dangerous? And the truth of the matter is I felt more danger from the CEOs than from my brothers, right? That's the fact. As a Black man going in prison, going behind those walls, I felt more hostility, more anger, right? I felt more threatened by the staff than by the brothers. Truth of the matter is, I'm so happy that we're having this event. A lot of these brothers, Supreme, Brother Sean, Brother Richard, and all these brothers, I walk. Matter of fact, when I was in prison, these are the brothers that held me down. I felt secure around these brothers. See my brother too back there, right? So the truth of the matter is that the lifers are really the ones that are controlling the culture in a positive way. As Brother Sean was saying, they're making being intelligent cool. They're making going to the law library and studying the law. They're making that cool. They're making becoming politically active cool. They're the ones that are running the cultural program. So no, I don't think that it will contribute to the violence. Matter of fact, it's going to contribute to decreasing the violence. Because these are the very same ones that qualified, certified leaders of the young people in the community. And they have a record that proved that, but they have transformed their lives. So who better to come back and impact with the young people on the street to get them to learn what they can learn behind prison? Because behind prison, a lot of the brothers that are lifers, they were yesterday's shooters. Now, there's a lot of them that were wrongfully convicted, but like Supreme said, he took responsibility. He said, yeah, I didn't claim to be wrongfully convicted. I participated in the violence. But this brother and others have created programs to change men's lives. And so, no, it won't contribute to the violence. I think that it's part of the solution. Brothers coming home after learning their lesson, after maturing and growing, they are part of the solution to the violence out here in the community. They're not going to contribute to that violence. They're going to stop it. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to our panelists. If we give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you all for staying. If you're in the back, find a seat. There's open seats. We're all neighbors here. Next, Matt Hudson, also known as M1, has a presentation where he's going to put in context as to why a brother like Joseph Bennett, Sean Ellis, and many others end up in prison, facing life for crimes they didn't commit, like women like myself end up in prison or jails for joint venture of just beating it, right? So he's gonna put it in context to a presentation on how young people from our community end up in these situations. Also, we have coffee and donuts in the back. If you want some, welcome to it. Just, if you can do it quietly so others can fill out the presentation.
And for those that endure to the end, there'll be dinners available free of charge as well.
Thank, the Mosque.
Okay. We about to get ready to get started.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for this, we want to also introduce our brother Atheist, who is one of the founders of We Are Joint Venture. And with brief words, go ahead.
You gotta talk about We Are Joint Venture.
Vice President, we are joint business. Kind of edible kids, but I just go into my regular field, with like a lot of us, just myself, doing this time,
No, it's not the right. Where's my audio?
You're talking to a bunch of important people. Yeah, sorry, but I was trying to hang up on another person, but yeah, basically, thank you guys for your time, and he'll be calling back, I'm sure. And thank you, everyone.
First, I just want to give it up to my sister Ro, who moderated that panel really, really well. Everybody, come on, give her some love. Give her some love. And next, I want to kind of just lead us on this path so that we start to really understand what's been happening in Massachusetts when we talk about what it means for the Commonwealth to atone and what they should be atoning for. See, as the minister pointed out earlier, we did what we needed to do to bring ourselves together and self-atone, right? And then start to work within our communities. But then what's left over is this illuminating fact that is really before my time, that really goes back to the very ancestors that was brought on. That raises the question whether or not we are citizens. Have we ever been? And so I raise this question, and I say it's a looping question by Dred Scott, where the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court, said that basically a black man has no rights that a white man has to respect. And ever since then, what we've realized or what we've seen is that there's been this trajectory that the Constitution has always been written, right, in pencil when it comes to us, right? And so I wanted to start this off by first acknowledging some real facts. The numbers of incarcerated under the jurisdiction of state corrections has declined. I think we all know that, right? They've been celebrating that. But the important measures of inequality, when you look at the imprisonment rate, is the number, look at this, disparity ratio, Black incarcerated right versus whites and Hispanics. This is what we get. Their prison rates have declined nationally, but in Massachusetts, what we see is that the Blacks are still disproportionately incarcerated. Hispanics also. But the whites are going down dramatically. Who's receiving the benefits of this justice? While disparity ratios have narrowed, Black Americans are incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of white Americans. Hispanic Americans are incarcerated at almost 3 times the rate of white Americans. And in Massachusetts, disparity is greater. Look at that. Can y'all see that? Now, the reason why we're trying to look at the numbers, because it's one thing for us to say, well, we already know, right? That this is the way we're being treated and this is the way it's been going on. But it's another thing to look at the data that shows the support when everyone knows that's actually looking at the data. This is what everyone knows. No one's excused for this. Black and brown people remain overrepresented in Massachusetts state prison. Okay. Okay, so there's a little technicality for the folks that's on Zoom that couldn't see the slides. Okay, so let me get back to where I was at, right here, yeah. Sorry for the little technicality. We'll be with y'all in 1 second. Okay, is everybody, can the folks in Zoom see it? Okay, all right. So as I was saying, Black and brown people remain overrepresented in Massachusetts state prisons. But even the numbers that we were able to obtain, we have to be careful because most of the numbers that we're getting, particularly from the Department of Corrections, is kind of blurred or skewed, I would say. Because what we know is that the Department of Corrections also classifies Hispanics or Latinos as whites.
Right.
So these numbers are actually more than what we are depicting here. Racial disparities in Massachusetts criminal system. Now, this report came out from Harvard. I want y'all to kind of understand that they studied the overrepresentation of the disparity of sentencing, some of which we heard from the no longer joint, we are joint venture, how these policies and practices are used to actually send Black and brown folks, men and women, to prison for these enormous amount of years, right? While others who are similarly situated, our white counterparts, are not equally treated in that manner, right? But I want you to look at what they did, and this was commissioned by Judge, former and deceased, now deceased, Supreme Judicial Court Justice Gantz. He commissioned this in 2016. And what I want y'all to look at is this specific issue here. There's a recognition by him and others that there is a great disparity of injustice in the criminal system. Now, this is just an acknowledgement in 2016. In Massachusetts, there are racial disparities in sentences. It is estimated that Black people receive prison sentences that are between 31 and 169 days longer than whites. This is what the study proved. Hispanic people receive prison sentences that are between 25 and 150 days longer than whites. When you add the wrongful convictions, this is what we see. According to the National Registry of Exonerations, African Americans are 47% of known exonerations and only 13% of the US population, and 7 times more likely to be wrongly convicted of murder than whites, are more likely to be innocent if they are convicted of killing white victims, and are 3.5 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of sexual assault than whites. In the major cases, it causes misidentification of Black defendants by white victims, and 12 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted of drug possession than whites. Now, I want y'all to let that sink in, right? Because I want you to remember and hold on to this as we link this to the end. So how did we get here? This is the question. First, we have to go back to my era, where they were targeting Black and brown, young Black and brown folks, right? Creating a policy where they would stop, strip them on site, wherever they were, go put their hands in their pants, and for looking for any type of illegal drugs, any type of weapon. And this was the way that they tried to condition, and I'm gonna say that they did condition us, right? To accept that as a way of being just because we were Black and young. So Boston Citywide Anti-Crime Unit, formed in 1988, is the predecessor of today's youth strike violence, strike force disbanded in 1990. the targeting of young Black youth became the focus from the early 80s on. I want y'all to follow that history. But here's the interesting thing, that even when this new gang force was formed in 1990, it was rebranded after the St. Clair Commission report. But here's the interesting thing about the St. Clair Commission report. When they talked about the police tactics and brutality, they almost justified and rationalized that the treatment that they was doing was really a part of police tactic, that this should go on, continue on. And so this was embedded in how these task forces were using their police authority to stop and maneuver Black folks, young Black folks. And I put the emphasis on young Black males because that's predominantly who was being stripped at that time. So the Boston Youth Violence Strike Force was formed in 1993 and investigated in 2023. But an infamous case, Lamar Phillips, back in 1989, came out and said that that policy was illegal. You could not stop young Black males just because they were young and Black and strip them in broad daylight like that, right? And so here's what the court says. And this was under William Celeste, commander of 230 officials in Roxbury District Court. All known gang members and their associates, whether known to be gang members or not, would be searched on site. Celeste announced was, in effect, a proclamation of martial law in Roxbury for a narrow class of people, young Black suspected members in a gang, or perceived by the police to be in the company of someone thought to be a member. So this court went on and said, the court finds a tacit understanding that exists in the Boston Police Department constitutionally impermissible searches will not only be continuous, but applauded in the Roxbury area. And then it went on to say, you have to stop that practice because it's illegal. It's treating these young folks as second-class citizens, right? Now, this was back in '89, keep this in mind. Back in '89, moving up towards the 90s. This also was investigated by the Attorney General's office as part of the larger issue that came out of the child steward, something that we'll talk about in a little bit. But also, the Attorney General in the US Attorney General actually determined that these police practices were illegal for them to do, right? So this is something that they all know that they was doing. But what we don't talk about is the many arrests that came out of that had locked a lot of Black and brown folks up, right? Sent them to DYS, graduated them from DYS into the adult system, and gave them criminal records so that they would be disqualified for other jobs as they went along. Because this is part of a system. Then you have to understand how that system evolved and developed. I'm sorry, the screen's a little bit smaller than I expected it to be. So as these tactics became well-known and disbanded by the courts, what the police decided to do, and I wanted to show you guys, excuse me, men and women, I shouldn't say you guys, but men and women, what happened as a result of this? Well, test-a-line. Test-a-line is a tactic which was first brought out by, what's the professor, Alan Dershowitz. And Alan Dershowitz was the first to expose it and saying that police were trained to make these makeshift excuses to stop Black and brown folks on the streets, or just stop cars, period, to justify searches, illegal searches, right? So since they could no longer actually just stop us on site and pull down our pants and do these things, what they started to do was exercise test-a-line as a reason for search and stop. And we see that even though the court has declared stop and frisk to be technically illegal, this is that we're still dealing with this in the targeting of Bromley Heath in 2006, in every other Black community where this new approach has been arised, right? Using, well, and when I say testifying, so that it's clear for most of you, I mean, this is the type of excuses they would use. I'm in fear of my life, therefore I need to pass search you to make sure that you don't have no weapons, right? Or because you're standing on a block that's considered to be a drug block, you know, we suspect that you may have something, given that you're in close proximity of where we think drug activity is experienced, right? These were the makeshift. Or if they stopped you and pulled you over in the car, they would say, oh, we smell marijuana, therefore we need to search the car. And so these were the excuses that they was using as pretexts to get into entry and then search and then arrest if they did find contraband. Now I would say that I personally experienced this when I worked for the judge base over there in Bromley Heath. And during that time, they was trespassing kids off the premises. They were giving them false basically trespassing just so that they can illegally search them and in hopes that they can find something. And if they did, then they would criminally charge them. But the trespassing stop was illegal from the beginning because they was visiting folks over there. And the mere fact that they was visiting, they was treating that as trespassing, which is an illegal practice. So this is so that you understand how the testimony takes root and it forms, and it's used as these pretexts that they invent to cause this. Now, you might know what I just described today as racial profile, right? And Massachusetts came out with a big case, Commonwealth versus Ed Long, in which it changed the whole structure of how now defendants make the argument, make the case of when they've been illegally stopped, right? And at the time when this case was going on and this was raised that, look, man, there was some racial profiling happening and that they stopped me illegally and that I didn't give them no permission to search me or what have you, they said, well, the court said that you can't deny the defendants the evidence from the police for suppressing the evidence, right, of how many stops that they done did on Black and brown folks as part of their defense to show that they were similarly treated, right? And so here's the history of what they did and what's been going as a pretext, which then, even though now this new law came out in 2020, what about all those folks who picked up cases because of the illegality of those tactics that hasn't been addressed? This is what we're talking about. The Commonwealth has to start to atone for, right? Now today, because of those same tactics in which I'm describing, Andrea Campbell's office has just came out and said that they're investigating, and what they're investigating, the Boston Youth Violence Strike Force, who has its history in which I told you from the origin of 1988, and these same police tactics, right? What are they targeting? Young Black youth with the same practices that's already been deemed illegal. This is what's going on in 2023. And why do we need to know this, first of all? Because everyone treats this issue as something brand new, and it's not. This is a cycle, a continued cycle of reinventing the wheel and how they come up with other tactics to do the same thing and rationalize it in a way that then work against the Black and brown community. And unfortunately for us, represents those statistics in which we just saw. So targeting young Blacks, I want to read this real quick. There will be repeated instances where people are stopped and illegally searched daily without any proper cause to do. Serrano said, currently we only hear about it when an arrest happens. But what about the thousands of times where nothing is found? Are we left with a community of young men who are angry and tired of being pat frisked and searched as a part of their daily routine? There need to be more checks and balances because at this point, the unit is operating as its own game. And I'm gonna tell you that most young Black and brown folks, young, That's how they see the police, as operating as their own gang, right? And then most of us that came through that experience, we see them as the same. Now, I want to make something clear. In Massachusetts, we've created a law that says that juveniles and children are treated differently than adults. So here's the law, General Laws, Chapter 119, Protection and Care of Children, and then proceedings against them. So if there is proceedings against them, they call this delinquency. Delinquency is civil, it's not criminal. So I want this to be clear so that we understand where we're talking about and in the context of where I'm going, right? Whenever juveniles are charged or a kid is charged with a crime under the age of 17 and younger, they are supposed to go through a bound over hearing. This was the existing statute at the time. General Laws 119, Section 61. Because they realized that children are differently situated than adults. But as you can see, which is highlighted, the 14 and 17, this has been made into an ambiguous argument. And I'm going to tell you about this, and I want to see what y'all think about this. The ambiguous argument is that 17 means they can charge you as an adult at 17. But the statute clearly reads that 14 and 17 is the cutoff, right? 18, you become an adult. Now let's just say hypothetically that even if somehow we could misconstrue this, right? Let's say that it could be interpreted with some level of ambiguity, right? Well, the way that the law works is that you have to read the law in harmony with the other statutes. All the other statutes said that an adult is 18 or older. So there's just no way we can get this interpretation that at 17, right, that you can be charged as an adult. But in the 80s, the late 80s, and throughout the 90s, that's exactly what they did. The prosecutors, they created a policy that just didn't happen in Massachusetts, but went on nationally to charge young Black youth as adults. And who was responsible for that? Who made that decision? The prosecutors. The same prosecutors who we invited out today to have a discussion about how do they atone for these past wrongs, and that those of which men and women today are still languishing behind the walls. This statute was not repealed until 1996. So I want you to understand this. It was not repealed until 1996. I and every other young Black youth was sent to prison in violation of this statute. But that's just one part of the story. Here's the second half. When we look at the investigative techniques that the police was using, that also has its roots in what I would say the test line. We see the Alvin Lewin case. I don't know how many of you remember the Alvin Lewin case. But here was a case where the police made up an informant to justify arresting a man who they said killed the police officer, shot through the door, and killed the police officer during an illegal search. So they was trying to justify why they searched in the first place. What was they doing there in the first place? They said that they got some informant information, and that's why they brought them to that address, and then they tried to execute a search, and then the officer got shot and killed in the process. Well, here's the interesting thing. The court found that after the fact that it was exposed, that it came out that it was lying, that no informant ever existed. But the court went on and still said, well, yeah, we're still not going to dismiss the case you still gotta go to trial. I still gotta go to what? You still gotta go to trial. In every other instance where this happens, a case is dismissed. Automatic. The officers lie. The evidence is tainted. Right? But because of this and the complicity of what we see or what we've experienced by the court's decision and the prosecutor's decisions had allowed this to metaphor into what we experience next. 34 years since Charles Stewart. Now, Charles Stewart and the case that they had, yeah, I know. I know. For those of us that know the history, right? But we have to talk about this because it is the way that they have treated us as Black and brown folks in our community, but also it is the techniques that were used to lock Black and brown men up today that are still languishing, right? See, we know that they was using these, but no one is coming back and saying, well, post George Floyd, with all this racial reckoning, with all this fight for equality, that now, what do we do with these instances, right? Well, what they're saying is we do nothing. What I'm saying is, hold on, no, we need to do something with this because as we see what happened to Willie Bennett. Now, what happened to Willie, for those of you that don't know, Willie Bennett was wrongfully identified and coerced, which was coerced by the police as a suspect who allegedly shot and killed Carol Stewart. We found out later, based on his own brother coming forward later, that he was the actual one that did the shooting, right? So the question is, how did Charles Stewart identify a man that he never saw, the primary suspect who the police thought did the crime at the time? How did they do that? You understand what I'm saying? Everyone seems to go right by this. So they want to blame it on the young folks who they coerce, manipulate, threaten, and try to get them. That's right, trying to get them to lie on Willie Bennett. And when they all came to the grand jury, said, no, the police actually made me lie. That never happened. They threatened me to do this and do that, and that never happened. Now, what they did was they tried to sweep it under the rug.
They did for 33 years.
Absolutely.
Until December. It's coming out on HBO.
Okay, absolutely. And so the brother just said, who was actually named Joseph Bennett, said it's coming out 33 years later, right? And it's coming out in a documentary called The Truth, for those of you that could not hear his comments. But what I wanted to emphasize was the role of the prosecutor, because these are the persons who are making their decisions, right? And this is how they're supposed to make this decision. The responsibility of a public prosecutor differs from that of usual advocates. His duty is to seek justice, not merely to convict. But yet, when Matthew Stewart came forward with this, even though they gave him immunity first to come forward on his brother, this is how they rewarded him. They charged him. They turned around and charged him for freeing Willie Bennett and embarrassing them in the process. I want us to kind of understand the mentality of that office until we had a Rachel Rollins in there, right? Up until that point. This is the mentality of these offices all around Massachusetts. It's not a search for the truth, it's the search for convictions, prosecution with indifference. So here we said, because I don't want you to think that I'm just saying that I'm showing you when others and everyone consensually agree. Prosecutors are the most powerful officials in the American criminal justice system. They control the directions and outcome of criminal cases, particularly through their changing and plea bargaining decisions. These decisions have greater impact and more serious consequences than those of any criminal justice official, right? The prosecutor's charging and plea bargaining decisions are totally discretionary and virtually unreviewable. But here, it is as much the duty of the United States Attorney to refrain from improper methods calculated to produce a wrongful conviction. Now, let me qualify this statement for a second because I want you to really understand this. When the child steward thing happened, the first line of investigation is you have to eliminate the spouse as the suspect. That's the first line of investigation that they teach them. Police procedure, yet that was not done in that case, right? Not only that was not done, but when the case came before the prosecutors, they did not question that. They didn't say, how did you disqualify Charles? Because it looked like he got a superficial wound to me, right? They didn't even ask the question. They said, oh, the black man did it? Let's get it. Not only did that happen, but they flipped Willie Bennett's mother's house upside down during a search. Now, during a search doesn't give them the authority to go into anybody's house and just throw their stuff around. Now, here's the interesting thing. When the information came out by Matthew Stewart and they was looking for the gun and all that, well, they did a search of his mother's house and it was very careful about the pieces, put everything back in its place. There was nothing all over them. Jesus, this is public accounting, I'm telling you. I'm not making this up. You can look this up. They went in there, showed them the warrant, went through there, opened up the drawers, put everything back. But that's not what happened with Willie Bennett's mother. They tore her house upside down. And then, I'm just gonna fast forward just a little bit because I want you to understand. Because there's only very few people that ever tried to hold a reckoning with them about this. I heard Pastor Dickinson in 2006 at a Mandalay convention over there where they have their office, where Edward Flynn, who was the mayor at the time, who sanctioned this and came out and without any type of evidence of whether or not Willie Bennett did, declared that he did it, right? Well, Pastor Dickinson said, I think he owes the Black community an apology for what he did. He never apologized. What was interesting to me was the folks in the room was trying to tell me, hey man, look, no, we don't need to do that right now. We need to stay focused on this. But I agree, they owe us an apology. But I say better yet, they owe us an examination of all those convictions that came out of these tactics. Right. Great, Frank. Thank you for that correction.
That's what it looked like when they were.
I just wanted to show y'all what when Joseph Bennett's grandmother's house looked like. For those of you who can see it. This is what they did. This is what I'm describing. I just don't want y'all to think that I'm up before you making anything up, right? And this is why we're trying to invite the prosecutors and those alike to this very serious conversation, because it is not all right to say that this happened without no type of atonement or recourse for it, right? So not only did they find that these type of tactics were illegal, and I want to say, when I say they, I mean the Attorney General's office and the U.S. District Attorney's office, they all investigated this. They all said what they did to those young kids was illegal. You cannot do that to anyone as a citizen, right? But then we have, not even a little short ways, David Keeler, who becomes known as Mr. Homicide, and Dan Keeler, thank you, who become known as Mr. Homicide. And what tactics is he using for these convictions? The very same ones that came out of the child steward. Right? So much so that Rosemary Sulpicio, which is somebody he probably hate to hear the name of, every time she gets an opportunity to cross-examine them, every opportunity she gets to cross-examine them, they stopped putting him on the stand as a result. They sat him behind because he was so much linked to all these dirty tactics that they already known about. But what about all those other people that was convicted based on these tactics? I'm showing you a line of brothers, and these are just some of them, who come out of Suffolk and other jurisdictions, who also was similarly impacted by these investigative techniques. That's what they call them, investigative techniques, right? That were declared illegal. I can't emphasize that enough because it's just crazy, right? And now we start to see at least some, like our brother Sean, right? Like our brother James Watson, who are finally getting reprieve after some 20, 30 something years. And really under Rachel Rollins' office, who then brought in the integrity unit to start looking at some of these cases that were flawed based on techniques that they know were illegal, or officers who were controversy at the time, right? But here's the interesting thing, because with our sister, when she did what she did, she created a list of also bad actors, right? But those bad actors, which meant that anytime those bad actors come up in that case, well, automatically your case was reviewed, reduced, or resulted in reversal, right? Our sister's list didn't go far enough. It didn't go back to 89. It didn't go back to the 70s where these officers were doing this, right? The same officers, the Peter O'Malley's, the Francis McCarthy, the Mulligans, right? All of these officers were doing these things, right? And they know this as a fact. But no one, and when I say this, I want you to understand, this is not something that witnesses are coming back years later saying. They actually came out during trials, some people's trials, and said, hey, that statement they attributed to me, I didn't make. They told me that. They told me to say that, and so I said it at the time, but I didn't really make that. This is how we have still these brothers and sisters languishing in prison. So what do we do in this racial reckoning? Because the one thing that I understand is that when whites are similarly treated or charged, and that is not in all cases, but definitely in controversial cases, we can definitely say that, right? But we already know by statistical data that the court system treats them different, and it penalizes us in a whole different way. I want to bring to y'all attention two cases. Louise Woodward, who was the Danny that was accused of killing a young child in her custody, whether that was accidentally or what have you. I have no judgment because I don't know all the facts surrounding that circumstance. But the fact is that she was convicted and she was given a first-degree conviction. A first-degree conviction by the jury. The judge intervened the same day, reduced the verdict, and gave her time served. I can't make this up. That's exactly what happened. Or Brink Wilson, Alexandra Brink Wilson, whose mother used to be a former Middlesex prosecutor, right? Father, doctor, actually was accused of killing a person over an argument, right? Because the other person was clowning him and he pulled out a knife, stabbed him to death. Well, after all was said and done, and let me tell you something, because of Alexandra Brink Wilson, We saw laws that we didn't even know existed at the time. People started learning about what Rule 25B2 for motion for new trial meant because of that. Come on, because of his case. Right? And then as a result of all of this, because he got the benefit of new law that was coming down at the time, something that we have to fight for and some of us still ain't getting yet. Well, he did 2 years. 2 years and minimum for killing the man. So when I say there's a problem happening here, I am telling you there is a serious, serious problem. And that we can't afford to say that this is all right. We can't afford to say, oh, we're going to justify all the stuff that we're going to justify when it's time for them to do wrong. They're going to stand beside them. All the divisiveness that has nothing to do with the fact that they owe a duty to correct these sentences. So here's what the courts decided they need to do. Because this was so much ongoing, they started creating new law to try to offset these false confessions, false statements. And they said that anytime you interview for confession or statement or whatever, we want you now to start recording. Record the interview, and if someone declines to record, make sure that there's signatures on the paper. We want to make sure that whatever statement you produce is accurately reflected, right? And this came down in 2004. And then we had a series of cases that dealt with misidentification and the misidentification instructions that were never given to many of folks who was charged with misidentification, right? Well, these cases came down in 2016, 2015, 2014. And if you've exhausted all your appeals, you don't have the benefit of now raising these issues and saying, well, this is exactly what happened to me, and y'all told me that this didn't constitute a constitutional violation. But now, some years later, you're saying it does. How do I get this justice? Now, here's the interesting thing. The prosecutors have the ability to rectify those types of issues. This is partly the reason why Rachel Rollins created, in the first place, the integrity unit, to give her office the ability to correct these flawed decisions that came out. Now, we all heard of Annie Dugan. We've all seen what the results of that was. Well, when they fought that case, you got to understand that it was the SJC's decisions that said, all right, at this point, anyone that she reviewed their case, right, automatically is entitled to get their case reversed if they request it, right? Well, what about these bad actors? Everyone that's associated with doing this type of thing, why isn't that the same rationale? That's what I don't understand. That's what we need to figure out. If we know that these officers were doing these things, right? We know that they fabricated identifications. We know that they created evidence where there was no evidence. If we know these things, then how can we say legitimately, how can we say that the integrity of those convictions are somehow justified? An example of that would be one of my brothers who's locked up presently right now, Derek Tyler. And in his case, one of the witnesses came right out and said, yo, look, they showed me a picture of him and told me he was the person who did it. And told me to go along with that and they'll help me with my case. The same tactics that we just got through describing. But yet, no one has resolved this. No one has gave him or any other brother similarly situated a resolve. We got folks who were charged as adults that should have never been charged. And if it hadn't been for Brian Stevenson and the wonderful work that he did, right? Raising the 8th Amendment violation because it's saying that these young juveniles outlive the adults that are convicted almost twice. And so to convict them in such a way where they will be subjected all of their natural life behind that condition, without considering whether or not they can actually be reformed, constitutes a violation, an 8th Amendment violation. If it had not been for his work, many of us today would not even be out here on the streets. But that was on the federal level. Nobody's never brought that argument to the feds about was they justified in doing what they did in the first place, charging us when they had clear-cut law that said they could not do that. Well, just to give y'all context, this is on the heels of Governor Well, former Governor Well, and the rhetoric that was produced. This is also on the heels of I'm gonna have to put her out there, of Clinton's wife, what's her name again? You know, calling us super predators at the time, right? This is on the heels of all of that created the climate for them to charge and to do away with our civil process. And I say, when you're a juvenile, it's a civil process, not a criminal process. Well, here's something that we need to talk about. When you indict somebody straight from district court to that court, you bypass the rights that they have in district court. They have a right to a probable cause hearing. They got a right to these things. But because going before an indictment, you don't have no way to contest anything that the prosecutor says. And usually the indictment is used in special cases, but shit, they've been using this throughout the whole entire communities, especially as it pertains to Black and Brown. They will hold you while you're in district. And I've been seeing it done, and it's still being done today. Hold you while you're in district, deny you your rights down in district court, and wait on the indictment some 3 or 4 months later. Right? That is a clear violation of due process. And they said, okay, well, the Commonwealth has the discretion to indict you, and they do. They got the discretion to indict you, but they don't have the discretion to bypass that probable cause hearing. Meaning that probable cause, they haven't decided whether they're going to indict or what have you, but they still have to go through that process if they charge you. So the indictment process, so that you understand, is usually exercised before you're arrested, not after you're arrested. Do you understand what I mean? Because I might be going a little bit too fast because I'm getting a little excited up here, right? I just want to make sure that you follow what I'm saying. The indictment process is usually occurs before you're charged. Because once you're charged, they bring you before the court and then they charge you. If you're already arrested, then automatically your district court's rights kicks in. It has to go. They don't have the ability. But this is one of the many ways in which the Commonwealth, the court, the prosecutors have conspired to ensure that Black and Brown folks were sent to prison to increase mass incarceration. And so these are the things they have to rectify, right? It's not enough to say, okay, you exhausted your appeal. Well, under Rule 25B, under the new trial motion, under that segment where they have the ability to ameliorate the wrongs, the past wrongs that they've done, they should be exercising that. Under these new integrity units in which they say exist, they should now be going back, and everyone that was associated with these types of tactics, where it came out at trial or later was established, they should be getting out of prison. How can we say someone should be doing a life sentence, a first degree, based on these officers who are associated with any case at this point? And this is just not inherent in Massachusetts. I mean, excuse me, in Boston, this is all over Massachusetts. I mean, Darrell Jones And I don't know if many of you ever really understood this case, right? But in Darrell Jones's case, where he was not even the man who was identified, right? They somehow said it was him who was identified, but the woman never even seen a photo of him.
Right.
Never selected him out. She was really probably talking about somebody else, but they said it was him. And then when she comes forth years or decades later, again, the Commonwealth wasn't appreciative of that. They was trying to manhandle her. They was trying to bully her. Now, all of a sudden, she's not a reliable witness, but she was reliable to send them away for 30-something years. I want us to really think about this, because I don't think that we can no longer decide, and then I want to say this respectfully, decide not to know the truth. We can't decide when we're going to decide to fight.
Right.
There is an ongoing war happening. And I've been saying this since I've been incarcerated. So this is for those that have been around me, know this is nothing new. We have been declared war on.
Go ahead, brother.
And there has to be a reality check where folks start now realizing that we don't have a choice in the matter. We have to now start demanding that the Commonwealth actually atone and rectify those brothers and sisters' conditions and situations. And one of the ways we do that is they don't have the ability to come and see us, to talk to us as a community, then we have to say, when it's time to vote, don't come around and expect I'll vote for that.
Right.
No, this is real talk. We have to understand what's been happening, and part of the reason of this fracture between the young and the old, in the many ways they've been dividing us, is by creating this fracture where we're blaming each other. Oh, well, the Black folks don't stick up for me, and then, oh, well, they out here terrorizing the community. They keep us in this circle of working against each other. And so with that, I want us to call to action. One, we need all prosecutors to answer for these techniques and tactics that has been used, right? We want them to start in Suffolk first. We want them to start in Middlesex and everywhere else where these brothers and sisters are languishing. We want them to do something. And with that, I'll open the floor for questions. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mac. I appreciate you. I was trying not to get emotional over there, because everything that you're saying is everything that these brothers are fighting for internally. And you made a beautiful presentation. And I know that you studied the law during your whole incarceration, so you know you're speaking from fact. Right now, the brothers inside are actively doing what he just asked for, that call to action to investigate. Springfield already started with the ACLU. So we need to join, we need to link arms with them. These brothers are putting their life on the line after they're already serving life to investigate the people that did them wrong. We need to put the state on trial. And we have the power to do it. We can withhold votes. We have the attorney. In favor of a lot of the work that we've been doing. She's came and testified. We have so many things that are happening to take shots while we're out here with our freedom and doing nothing with it. This is hurtful, because once them brothers die out, they're gonna be getting our children. And I'm not ready for that. I am not ready for that. So it's gonna take us, we have the education, we have the fortitude, and if you came out today, you can't say you don't know what's going on. How can you sleep after knowing that there's a war on our community?
Go ahead.
They're taking our Black brothers, our sisters from us, they got us sitting with us out here trying to figure it out. And then putting us against each other. This is horrible. So let's build this wrongful conviction coalition. Springfield is on it, Suffolk County needs to be on it, we have to go across all of Massachusetts. Connecticut is on it, they're already demanding Massachusetts, we can then link on to Connecticut, and so on and so forth, and show that this is not isolated to Boston, it's not isolated to Massachusetts, it's happening all over the United States and abroad. And if we continue to let go when somebody takes our brothers, it's genocide. And just to add on to Hillary Clinton coming up here, at the NAACP invited her to come give awards and stuff at the Seaport. I couldn't go to that convention. Why are we inviting her and keep super predators to give us awards here in Boston? Because our ancestors, they were fearless, so we have to be fearless as well. And I'm getting tired of it. And I failed to mention that I also work for the New England Innocence Project as an intake coordinator. So I'm getting the letters from the brothers in 6 states that are pleading for help. And you know what I see? I see the same story over and over and over. I didn't do it. My attorney didn't stick up for me. They railroaded me. They didn't tell me my rights. It's the same thing over and over again. We have to do something about it. And put a face and a story behind that wrongful conviction, because it's only going to be labeled as a thing, but we need to put faces to it. So please, if you didn't sign it earlier, please sign it on your way out. Give us your email address, your phone numbers, and we have to have a follow-up meeting so that we put action behind education.
All right, we take one last question.
Thank you so much, beautiful, very informative. I want to know, what can I do? When my son was 13 years old, him and his cousins, right at the time when Matthew Stewart was, he did his thing, they threw my son and his 5, 13, 14, 15-year-old friend up against the fence. They search checked them, they went into their pockets, they put a gun to their head and they dared them to say something. That was my first time letting my son out of the house to go to the movie with his friends. The second thing is, I worked at the hospital where they bought the wife. They talked to all of us at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and they told us not to say nothing. They threatened us. They were discriminating against us. They told us if we said anything, this was gonna happen to us. We were gonna lose our jobs. We couldn't get in the elevator with them. They would put pictures up. They would just treat us so bad. The third thing is, they went to my aunt's house on Humboldt Ave. They ransacked her house. They went and they tore her fireplace apart. They ransacked her house. And a week after that, she had a heart attack and died. I want to know, what can I do for those losses in my family and the stuff that happened to my sons and my nephews and his 5 friends? Or just going to the movie. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. First, let me just say, what we're trying to do here today is raise how we talk about these issues, right? I think a lot of us have not constructively put our history together. We're always relying on somebody else to do that for us, right? And then as a result of what we're doing today, we start to hold some level of accountability. I don't know if your loved ones are still, incarcerated as a result of some of those things, but if they are, then what we're trying to do today is build that coalition of awareness and start moving into action, like the sister said, where we can hold some level of accountability. This is the first of many of these types of meetings that we intend to have. And we're going to get the prosecutors out there because they're going to start to understand the community is growing in its sense of awareness in and around this, right? And so they either take action or we get somebody in there to take the action that we are requiring, right? So our vote is always the swing vote. So we'll swing them in and swing them out. All right, on that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to close. We're going to transition into intermission to give y'all a little break. So before we get on with the next panel.
Before you leave, we always gotta be thankful and give blessings to our meals. We keep talking about incarceration, and just know that many times people do go without eating while incarcerated. So be grateful.
All right, so. All right, how y'all feeling? All right, man, give yourselves a hand for hanging in there. Give yourselves a hand. This is the holy day of atonement. This is our holiday. This is the day that we took and made holy. So I thank you for taking the time to come out and honor your day. That's how we honor our days, not by sitting and chilling and cooking out and all that. We honor our days by committing acts of service and giving back. So thank you all for being here. We're gonna take a brief intermission. We do have some meals there. If you wanna go and grab a meal, we want you to, take maybe 5-10 minutes to get your food, but come back. We have the last panel. I don't want to dissipate the energy. I want you to come back because we're going to hear from the brothers that were behind the wall that are now out. Brothers that were behind the wall that were creating positive change in programs. And they're going to talk about their experiences. We're going to talk about racism, right, in corrections. And it's so pervasive, so we want to come back and have that conversation. So we just bless the food real quick. Follow me in a quick prayer. In the name of the one true living God, to whom all holy praises of what I do, revealer of all truth, sender of all prophets, God of Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, God of our ancestors and of our freedom fighters and liberators. We thank you for all of your blessings. We beseech your aid. We ask for your mercy. We believe in you. We trust in you for all that we need. Surely we're helpers in your cause with all of your apostles. Please grant to us success. We ask that you bless this food that we're about to partake in, that it may give our bodies the nourishment that we need, that we may continue in this struggle. We ask you this in the name of all your prophets, Abraham to Muhammad. Let us all say amen. Amen. Thank you. We can take a quick, let's say take 10 minutes and then let's sit back down by 8, by 2:40 and we'll get started again. Thank you. Make sure y'all pass that mic.
My name is Richard Brooks. I've been home for past 10 months. I've been 32 years in prison. During my incarceration, it was hard from the family. I'm sitting here in front of you now by divine intervention, all praise to the law. Currently, I'm working at the school at Rockford Community College, and I do part-time work at Dean Parliament. And I'm currently a minister making private category for my people.
Good afternoon and happy birthday with Toby again. My name is Sean Ellis, born and raised in Boston. I was wrongfully sent to prison for 22 years. Like I shared earlier, I've been home a little over 8, and I'm the director of a program within the Lincoln project called the Exoneree.
My name is Mac Hudson. Served 33 years, mostly for crime that I did not commit. And been home now for a little over a year. And right now, presently, I work for Prison Legal Service as part of the community liaison / paralegal for the Racial Equity and Correctional Initiative. And I was born and raised in Boston.
This is my vice place to bring my song. I'm an original man. So the question is posed, who is the original man? The original man is the maker of knowing. So, because the original man, I take responsibility and ownership of our just today, I'm saying responsibility and ownership of having it on the thing in on earth. And they cannot be heaven without our black women. They cannot be heaven without our black family. They cannot be heaven without our community, neighborhood by neighborhood, block by block. Knowing that there's a safe zone, that there's an environment where our children can grow, become whatever they want to be. So as a maker of the owner, I'm a responsible partner. I'm the owner of a small consulting company that deals with transformative and restorative justice, transformative security, restorative justice practice. My body is broken. Men walking around the state and considered for peace.
Thank you. Let's see if we could bring up, Exoneree real quick.
Peace,
Josh
Minister.
Jones, if you could unmute, try to.
Can you hear me?
Peace, Steve.
Peace.
Yeah, we can hear you. Peace.
I'm still working the technology end of it. Peace.
We see you now.
Peace, peace, peace. We good? Can you hear me?
Whatever you want to say in the introduction real quick.
I think my introduction, man, is gonna start here. So I wanted to make sure I was clear enough that you could hear me. I need somebody. So is Toot in that building?
Toot was here, he stepped out.
Was Willie Bennett in that building?
No.
I have my reasons for asking that, right? One of the things I'd want to do is if M1 could stand up and Sean could stand up, and I can't see them right now, but this is what I consider to be the necessary, an introduction. So yourself, Minister M, can you stand? Sean, can you stand? I can't even see, so can you bring that? I can't see who else is there. But I'm looking for Dayton. Is Dayton there?
Dayton is here.
Can Dayton go up there for a second? I'm gonna make my point real simple.
Right here next to me.
Is Mark there? Mark's there too, right?
Who's that?
Mark, Brother Mark.
Brother Mark's here, yes, sir.
Can I see Brother Mark?
He's up here.
Peace. And I'll just honor that Toot was there, right? And you know, I wished Willie was there. Let me make something clear. First, the introduction is, you know, got to be clear. What you're looking at to the community, and I'm talking to the community, the introduction is right in front of you. Or we're activating as though we're the same. We got data, we got all kinds of things. People have been doing that all our lives. We're operating as though we're the folks out here. When every man up there right now knows we were the strongest link. Minister Don came there, and once he told me my duty and who he thought I was, I never thought about what nobody in that community thought I was. Him and Chuck told me what they thought I was. You know that too. So what I'm saying is we're the strongest link. We should be introducing ourselves as the strongest link. Our information is different than their information. No one out here had time to watch the world go by and study what was happening to us because everybody has to go to work. They have to take care of their children. Your day don't work like that. M sat in cells for days. Me and Sean, we were presidents. Do you understand something? Try to understand this. You know, I want people to understand. Me and Sean, when we fight the department, we must fight them from this. And one of those things is, why would I fight a man to tell me my worth, to tell me if I'm telling the truth about them or not, when they paid me $100 a month to represent the entire prison? You too, Sean. We were paid by them to represent the prison. So now we're this valuable out here. That is the strongest link, community. I'm introducing you to something that we have not done since we've been out here. Then Allah, God, whatever you believe in, put us all out here together. These are men, when you hear that time we're talking about, 30 years, I got 32, when you hear this time, that means we grew up together. The master plot has been keep us separated, keep us a story. It's why I walked away, because the most valuable story has to be us, our story, the story of us. The story of us What's in front of you right there is the story, because somebody's kids' lives changed from every one of those men up there, Supreme included. Somebody changed their life, whether we like the way we do it or not. So when you hear me say this, you've got to understand that we are not doing our duty, what you're looking at, because we are powerful together. And then Allah opened the door for us to come out. And we got out together, we moved together. And then we telling the community what we're gonna do and what they should do together. Do that strongest link together. The purpose of the strongest link had one purpose. It was, we were trying to create a link that we said, the weakest link is always broke the chain. So why don't we just make the strongest link and just duplicate only that? We do more talking than we've done anything else. We still have a dream.
Yes, sir. Let's give it up for our man. This is really powerful, man. It really is. I'm honored and humbled, man, to be here. This is amazing. It really is. So we're gonna get into it. The first question I want to ask the brothers, and you know, time is up. Oh, I'm sorry. We have LaToya Whiteside as well, who's on to be on the panel. So LaToya, if you can come off of mute and say your opening statements.
Hi, my name is LaToya Whiteside. I'm an attorney and the director and founder of the Race, Equity, and Corrections Initiative at Prisoner Legal Services. Essentially, my job is to not only challenge, but to educate the community about the structural racism and the desperate impact and treatment of Black and brown prisoners from behind the wall. I think we will go into more detail, so I won't take that time now to talk about some of the specifics of the work that I do, but I'm definitely honored to be here amongst a vast variety of experts who, as Diamond did mention, these guys have lived and experienced that. And so my perspective is purely from an advocate's position, but also as an impacted family member. As a child, I grew up with a parent who was incarcerated, and I also have a brother and other loved ones who are currently incarcerated. So this is also something that's very near and dear to me and something that I'm passionate about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the first question I have for the panel is this. As we were looking at racial discrimination in correction, that's the thing, right? So the question is, what positive programs did you participate in while you were incarcerated, right? What positive programs did you participate in while you were incarcerated? Can you speak about those programs that impacted you and changed your life and put you on the trajectory that you are now? Well, really, all who could speak to that, who would like to speak to that, grab the mic.
So when I had initially got to MCI Concord in 2016, it was like no programming whatsoever. I'm gonna tell you, we literally built it from the ground up. Restorative justice project, and the college program started to come, and it reminded me of what Sean said earlier. It started to change the culture. It was almost like intelligence became a commodity. And the dudes who were really producing and advocating on behalf of corrective programming by us and for us were the ones that started becoming the driving forces of the prison. It didn't matter what city you were from, that you were engaging with the community and trying to build people up. There was, a multitude of programs. I would definitely say restorative justice, Project Youth in college, helping with my self-development, learning my narrative, learning the socioeconomic forces at play and the political forces at play in our lives. And that was huge and allowed me to really build unity amongst brothers like Minister Randy taught me knowledge of self. There was a multitude of programs that helped shape my rehabilitation.
Thank you.
Please. And for me, everything first started when I was at MCI Norfolk. I started off on programs such as Young Fathers, Family Awareness, ACCC, things of that nature. On to the services, listening to the Nation of Islam. So at that point, that's when my mentorship started to change. So the more and more that I started participating in the program, I started to grow and develop mentally, spiritually, and morally, and it helped transform me into the man I am today. But the most impact that had on me and being inmate in Islam, and that was the most profound program. But it's not just a program, it was actually a way of life for me, in a way that I should have been living. So start taking on that knowledge, that wisdom, and learning those principles. That is what strengthened me, encouraged me to be the better man, that I am today, to be a better father. And just in a way, an opportunity to give back to my family and give back to my community despite my incarceration. Thank you. So for me, I have to say that my first.
And let me just help you out here real quick for all of y'all. Y'all know I'm setting y'all up, right? Like, that's just the opening question. I'm coming back with something after that. I just want y'all to know that. Don't die.
So for me, I think my first understanding really came from questioning myself first. And then after I hit this space where I was trying to figure out who and what I and how did I got into this position in the first place. Then I started reaching out. My father had sent me some books I never read. They followed me around the prison until that moment. And then I started to actually start reading. I think reading was that led me down the path of other questions, right? That I didn't know, that I was trying to figure out. And so at that point, I started engaging with certain brothers. Some brothers that were knowledgeable, creative. I was like a sponge. I wanted to learn everything, right? Everything that was possible. But for me, it was that started that transition. And then programs like cultural programming, and then what made sense to me, everything made sense to me, gave me the understanding of not just who and what I am, right? But also this engagement of what I'm supposed to be doing and understanding the world at large was when I started to understand more about the nation. I started taking up studying. And then it gave me the ability, along with other brothers, to actually actualize some of the things that I was engaged in. Right now, it wasn't enough just to think about it, or to say at some point I'm going to make that transition. I had to stop to make that transition right then and there, and to build from that moment. And like I said, it was a lot of brothers that was beneficial. My brother Dime was one of the brothers that was definitely instrumental in that development, as well as others.
Thank you.
I go instant as an origin story. First 5 years of my incarceration, spent about 23 hours a day. So from perfect darkness, light came on, and that light was only able to come home because I have a front of my mind. I was still trapped in the nation for doing different instruction. I was still thinking that I was going to carry on that what I was thinking. It was in that box. And all I was confronted with was the darkness, but me causing the doing different instructions. And it really hit home. I was there, saying that I want to murder my father, saying that I wanted to do this to this person, that person. Then it ultimately came down to me saying to myself, that you're really a part. Because I blamed everybody else about the album. And I've never been a punk. And I don't like being a punk in that moment of that realization. So that turned on a switch where I had to begin to accept responsibility for what I had to accept responsibility for in that moment. In that process, I returned back to the knowledge of myself as a 13-year-old growing up in New York City. I was teaching about father and understanding, better known as a father. And it's from that I understood that everything that was passed down from my prophet, my messenger, to my father, to my teacher, and down to me, was the roadmap for us to transform society. But first, we got to transform ourselves, our relationships, our community. We sit here today. Some of us only heard of each other. Right. We heard about the good work that we are doing. Right. We had this charge, we were given this duty as a privilege. That anytime we see righteousness, we must enjoy in righteousness. So we've been through UNICEF. Health serves two purposes: destroy you or purify. Because of our desire to rights rather than our desire to maintain things stuck in out, we became pigs, we became allies, we became brothers. So what you see, before you probably said, what you see is the new paradigm shift of leadership, not only for Black America, in the state of Massachusetts, but for the globe. You know, the Bible, telling you about the scripture, it said that they will sojourn in 10 days. Because of injustice. And they will come out being done justice. It's my interpretation of that scripture.
Thank you. Brother Darrell, you want to chime in on that one?
I think Supreme, you know what I mean? He digests that.
Okay, I'm gonna come right. It's good. I'm gonna come right back at you. I'm gonna digest that. So I want, the time is of the essence. I want to dive right in. Each one of these men that's up here, I said in the beginning, were thought leaders and creating organizations inside. I want to dive right into that. And then I want to talk about the pushback, right? Because, you know, I wanted to start off with the first question about the positive programming. What's on my mind is the second question is, who created those programs, right? And then how did the DOC support those programs? And what kind of pushback did you receive? That was the three questions I had, but before I line that up, I want to go right in and share what I know for each of you, and then let you speak about that process. So I'll start with you, Brother Darrell. Brother Darrell, in 2008, I want to say 2007, if you correct the date on that, at the first community meeting behind the wall out of the whole colony, where he reverends, pastors, right, legislators to come behind the wall to have a meeting with a group of men, primarily lifers. So it was a community meeting that happened in the prison where the brothers wanted to talk to the leadership in the community because they wanted to be a part of the solution. And so from that work, and that's what the Rev was talking about, the strongest link, from that work, they ended up formulating a video project with many of the brothers who were primarily lifers. I think all of them lifers, there might have been one or two that were not. But they told their stories, and it was recorded, documented, but it was targeting young people to let them know what not to do. That video went into the schools, went into community leaders, community centers, where I, as a minister who's out in the streets, was able to use that video as a deterrent for young. This was amazing work. And I'm not giving it all, but I wanted to lead up with that because that led to a bunch of other things. But Darrell, if you could comment on that, developing that program where for the first time they were able to bring inmates together and really communicate and send a message to the streets. If you could talk about that process and the pushback and ultimately what happened to you as a result of doing that work.
I'm gonna let M articulate, because I would love to hear, you know what I mean, from him, but the consequences were heavy. You know, the idea was they didn't want us to do even what you're doing now. For you, minister, for you. See, what we're recalling is you're leading something, but no one knows the course that you had to, you know, go through in there, what the price that you paid trying to come and talk to us. There was always a consequence, and your job was always on the line, right? To become them and not keep our culture. So when I assess it now and look at everything that we have done, the consequences that we paid, that came with it, just like me doing all the time I did. I really don't have a war is me story, because all over the world, somebody else is experiencing worse. That time I did, sure, I did it, lost a lot of family, all that we consider wrong, but the right in it is that God was merciful enough to have us here. So that means prophets. I don't no longer mind being a survivor. In fact, we need a flag because that's what we're talking to, all survivors, you know what I mean? And that work, I want him to articulate that work because it was so much done. I'll forget some of the things I came up with or built or what. I could care less about that part. I cared about the people that was involved in it. And when we built that project, it was so bad that I want the community to understand this. And most people don't understand this. Anything they ever took from us, visits, anything they ever took from us that you and the community have went through, they've never taken it where the union themselves have fought for us to keep anything. The only time the union fought for us, and no one seems to have paid attention to that, was Well came. And during that time, when they talked about taking our weights, see, this is what we have to be conscious of what our people are inside stuck doing, right? When they talked about taking our weights in basketball, the union, go pull your newspapers, the union came out and said no. They fought for us to keep that. They get rid of book programs, everything. That's what motivated me even more because they fought for us to keep that. And I said to myself, oh, they think we that slow that the union got behind us and said, if you go look at the quotes, if you take the weights from them, they'll focus on us. And I said, so all of this right here is just to keep our focus off of what they're doing to us. And for years and years and years, my brothers have gotten bigger, stronger, faster, and then they got old. Nobody's seeing that. What people are talking to now, you hear us, you know, my mentor, my character sometimes what people would call excitable, that's always been me. I hope I've been consistent at whatever I am, right? But one of the issues is I'm absent too. That's what hurts me more when how many community meetings we gonna have, man? How many? You think they don't hear us? They think they don't see us? You think that the DAs didn't come because of that? They didn't come because they saying their liabilities, because their liabilities is walking out here. M's a liability, Sean's a liability, I'm a liability. That's why, you know, a lot of people don't know, so I'll put it here. And I'll shout out to Ellis and them. You know, I looked at me and Sean. That's what I looked at when Sean got on Netflix and I got a Sony deal. I got the videos. They came to my house to sign the contract and I turned it down. And when me and Sean did that march, believe me, he helped me in that. I turned it down. Now I'm letting some people that they consider small do this thing with them. But I turned them down because this is what I took note of. They take us individually and they tell our stories. Before it was Sean, before you guys were paying attention, they use us in limelights where we bring it to life for just a little while and then we go back. And then the next guy is going to have an extravagant case and he's going to come out. Before us, it was the Central Park 5. Me and Sean, we spent time with these brothers. Then when this war happened, they brought the brother from the Central Park 5 on TV to talk about Trump. They always consider we're unable to deliver the message because we haven't learned the ability to ask. What is our ask? We're always meeting. How many meetings did Jesus have? I don't remember him having a bunch of meetings. We all come from these backgrounds, but I don't remember that. I don't remember Moses stopping in the middle of what we want to call the Great Sea and say, let me have another meeting about the meeting I already had. The most powerful people are right here, Minister. The things we've done mean we're capable of doing. I don't look at what I've done. I look at like, oh, wow, we're still capable. Now we're the capable people. And then I see us and I say, they got us broke up. So they're going to give us that limelight. You know why? Because they would never have did a movie about all of us at one time. They would have never took me, Sean, and all of us to say, deal with that issue at one time, be too powerful. But we own that right to us. We have been marketed by them. I don't want to be marketed. That's why I don't come to anything. People think I just don't show up. I don't show up to do what we always done. I don't want to do that no longer. I know we need a restaurant of us. I ask for things. So I want to give you two asks in this community. I keep saying things, ask for things. Never mind yesterday. I don't think Muhammad or anybody would come back and want to hear about our yesterdays. They want to know that we finished the mission they was on. I look at that bowling center and I look at things like that and I look at Toot doing his program. I look at M1, Mac Hudson doing his program. I look at Sean doing his program and I go, is anybody in that city, them same leaders? You know, we were ministering and legislating leaders before they were legislators. A lot of people don't know that. Some of the ones you run into, we legislated them into those positions, right? We need a restaurant of us, finally. We need a building like that where we say all of this talent, our talent goes in that building. And we say, go downstairs and see Sean, you need that. Go see this brother, you need that. Go see Supreme, you need that because we're the capable ones. Why are we delaying our capabilities? Why are we constantly talking about yesterday when we was on the cross? If we're born again, let's get born again, because it's a limited time for us. That day is done. We know how to communicate. We're not ignorant. We're Black people. We know how to talk. We know how to talk about each other. The bottom line is 3 kinds of people in this world, and don't forget that. That's what God gave me. 3 kinds of people. I summed it up. I don't care what data we put together. Everybody got some data. But this is our data, Black data. 3 kinds of people. Watch it happen. Those are the people, man, that always can tell you what happened. The let it happen, a group of us that's always talking about what's happening to us, the mothers in fear, and to make it happen. We'd rather make it happen, people that promise this community we can make it happen. How many meetings we gonna tell those mothers that they keep losing their kids in the next generation of them, what we gonna do? I see things, I pay attention, and I go, I watched this white woman, man, over here in this legislation. Listen, I was convicted, wrongfully convicted. I don't know how nobody else feel. My whole life taken, man. I lost the closest things to me, my mama, all that, right? Here's what I'm saying. But I don't hate enough to be ignorant, because I go, there's a Black woman down there trying to prosecute Trump. They laid it all on Black hands. There's another Black woman trying to do that. They laid it all in Black hands. There's got to be Allah's calling for us. They laid it. Why is it all his judgment all in Black hands? And then we go, wait a minute. They go to clans in the Aryan nation. They're showing you on TV walking with the other legislators, the white lady. She's standing behind that saying, they saying we got her back. Why aren't we showing up somewhere saying we got their back? Why aren't we doing that? Why are you hitting the block, Minister? Why aren't we all hitting it? When we hit it, I'm saying that we need a restaurant of us for them to eat from, because that's the only way we're going to survive here out. If you don't want to believe that message or anything I ever said, don't look at what I built. Take what I'm telling you now. You better get together now. Yesterday already passed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Dale. Let's give him a hand. Again, we're talking about discrimination and correction. We got to be educated to this reality so that we can do exactly what the brother's saying. Let's be about that action. I want to come back to back so that you can pick up where you left off, as far as, because you picked up on that program with the video project. So I want you to talk a little bit about that whole, creating that program, which for me, I'm telling you, as a civilian, as someone who's out here working in the streets, that was one of the most powerful things and tools that I could do in speaking to young people and letting them see you, you know what I'm saying? Y'all speaking to them from your experience. Many brothers who went in as teenagers who were on that video and were in their 50s, right? Behind something they did when they was a teenager. That was impactful, but these brothers did that. I want you to talk about that process and the opposition, and then what the end result of that work was.
I think what's often left out is that you can't do nothing without community. So the first thing that was done was that we had to build an inside community, an inside presence. That meant we had to take the program, African Heritage Coalition at the time, and really teach men what that program is designed to do, right? Orientate them, bringing them all under that umbrella, and then start educating them in a way that they could understand and see themselves, as well as understand themselves, and then the purpose of which we were setting down. I think most of the time when we look at the end result of those video projects and what you're saying, we don't understand what is moving them to do these things, right? So we moved these men and built brothers' intelligence and educated so that they understood themselves and wanted to participate. Now, I think there was time, but we decided to opt to do the community. And that's how we started that process, right? As we them see us build that community, and then diving, bringing this Jarrell Jones's the video project, which came out of the idea of the video project, and then marrying these two things together. Really, in the sense, gave the administration, who wasn't a part of that, sense of era of power, Black power that they perceived, right? That they did not want in the institution. Also, the union at that time thought that the administration was commonly prisoners. They had no idea that this was being forced on the institution itself, right? And that came from the work of, the joint work of, Aaron Howell, Chuck Turner, and all the outside community folks who were the really movers and shakers on the outside and supporting our movement from the outside and the inside, right? So as those things came together, it led to a culture clash, because you was dealing with men who have been experienced with violence, you know, through their lives, so they weren't easy to move. You know, you couldn't just intimidate them and shake them like you would the average person. And so it made up for what they perceived as being a deadly lesson. You know, they couldn't stop us because what we was doing was legitimate. So they tried to malign us, and when that didn't work, they tried to create narratives in and around us, right? And one of which led to Darrell actually being moved off the camp and sent to North. And that narrative was that some of you may know that the publicized with Gloria Fox. She came into the prison to actually investigate what was happening, because they locked Darrell Jones up and they locked myself up on AAPI under an investigation by the administration, because over 90 men showed up inside of the prison to the child home. And for you, for you to imagine the makeup of the prison, when they called the movement, they created a special movement just for the AAC. And when they did that, all these men came out of those movements like a sea of men. And it was like a march of men coming all the way from one end to the prison all the way up. And one thing they didn't like was that Darrell was he was so articulate in the way that he was able to deliver his message, but unapologetic, right? Regardless of who was there. And so that created this air of we have to do something. And so what they did was they closed down the program. They closed the program down. They put us on AAPI. They started saying that we could be conspiring to do all kinds of stuff, which was never true. And then that resulted in the governor actually coming down based on the invitation of Minister Don and Pastor Dickinson. They already had shipped Darrell out because they accused him of former state rep William Fox of actually smuggling his girlfriend, right, to a visit, which wasn't true, right? Wasn't true at all. And then accused her of having sex on a visit with him, right? Which also was not true, right? But this was publicized in the people to try to scare, you know, community supporters off from even dealing with men behind the wall. So they promoted this at large, and to frighten other community members to, you know,
hey, M, can you hear me real quick, M?
Can you hear me? They frightened each other because she didn't have in her the ability to really understand what was happening. He needed to fight that fight together. Darrell and his former wife at that time did fight that fight, litigated it, and it came to bear, and that they were successful in that litigation, which showed that they were lying about the whole entire thing. None of that happened.
Wow. Now imagine that. So what's that? Who's that? Oh, we'll come to you in a minute. So imagine that here these brothers are doing great work. They're not being told to do this by the DOC. They're taking initiative. They're reaching out to their community, the Black community, and they're holding the Black leaders accountable to work with them to change the violence in the community. And they get this backlash where you get humiliated, where your wife is smeared all over the news, where your elected officials are charged visits and you know, your freedom is time is of the essence. In December 24, 2010, there was a riot, there was a fight that broke out in Norfolk. Young brothers came on the camp, and you know, the culture was different because in Norfolk, You know, that's the medium prison. That's one of the prisons that has the most programs. Brothers been around, they got the inmate council. So usually there's not a lot of workers, but a group of youngsters had just got on the camp and it resulted in a big fight. This brother Supreme, following that, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He went to every group in Norfolk, from the Nation of Islam, to the Catholics, to the Sunnis, to Young Fathers, Second Thoughts, to all of the programs. He got all of the leaders of all the programs together to organize so that they could change the culture of what was going on in Norfolk. And I seen how from that initial group of meetings, it eventually evolved to the Restorative Justice Project in Norfolk, that they held major special events where the DA would come, the elected official would come, state reps would come. I seen the Boston, the police commissioner came to Restorative Justice. That's where I met, you know, someone like Janice Connor, who is the mother of someone that was murdered. I met Tina Cherry. I met Azada Mendez. These were mothers who had lost children to violence, but because of the work that Brothers Behind the Wall were doing, particularly around this restorative justice, they began to come up and participate in restorative justice. That became a big, big program. While this was happening and the brother was doing it for several years, he went up for parole and he got gunned down. I'm saying to myself, how is it? And I think that might have been the second time or maybe the third time he got gunned down. That was the third time he had gotten gunned down. Now he's creating a program, bringing in the district attorney, bringing in judges, bringing in police commissioners, state reps, bringing in mothers. And this is a beautiful program. They still running it. And he goes up for parole and they deny him on the third time. And I got in trouble behind that because we had a restorative justice event and I spoke about it. And I said, this brother deserves to get parole. I got written up as an employee for advocating that he should get his parole. But following that, creating that, I want you to speak about that and what was that like? What kind of support you got from the DOC? What kind of pushback and what ended up happening to you as a result of that revolutionary work? Grab the mic.
Thank you, Brother Minister. Brother Minister always encouraged me, since you got to tell the history. Everything is in time. It wasn't time then. It's time now. In the spirit of history, it was spoken earlier on the wonderful work that the AHCC is doing. There's a lineage of work that goes back. And what's important to me is that we always connect the dots. Because if we don't honor ourselves, who will? I know that I am because we are. I have not been for the Zulu or Mark Thomas. Then, as my leader, I was in there. I'm certain. That means sometimes it requires me to serve other people in business who are on their posts, even at the will, on behalf of our people. We cannot say, I cannot say that I am all these things about not being all these things. I was told you take on a righteous name, live up to that righteous name. So I strive to be the best. But I know my name is my song. The song part most people don't know. It stands for E Allah, self-saving and nation. I am nobody without us. So when I think about that history, I see Brother Abu, who I met 3 weeks ago, as a young organizer in the AHC. There's a lineage to the AHC that we try like hell to write. But our brothers are returning back to the essence. It pains us because when we write it, we got to get it right. It has to be checked, cross-checked, reference. So there was the Bantu that started in World War. when there was only 44 black men and all women, 17 and 18 Latinos, and a handful of Asians, with the rest were Caucasians. And they had to organize, and a principal organizing mechanism, as they told me the history, was the Nation of Islam. Then there was the Black Rights Committee. The Black morphed into the African Heritage Group, which morphed into the African American Heritage Coalition. I don't think it was time for y'all to know then, or that generation of our community at that time. But there are those amongst us who do know. So when I think about that, I also think about the Honorable Gloria Fox, who was a black woman, and this is special to me for so many reasons. One of the first people I went into was with a high-powered philanthropist organization. I won't name it, but it was all visible women who were at the table. So I sat there and I reflected on everything that I was taught. The Honorable, my messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that 75% of the work that it's going to take, the woman will do 75% of the work to transform the globe. 25% is on us. 25% means that we have to use our thinking, speaking, and being to galvanize our collective thinking as a power, stand in front of them and alongside of them and behind them when we need to. So this history is very, very important, very, very real. Historically, December 24, 2010, there was a gang riot. And what saddened me at that moment is that I have a relationship with all of the gangs. Every one of them has an intimate relationship. I don't do personal well in prison because you don't know who everyone is. It's like I didn't know who I was. So I learned these brothers' aspirations. I learned their goals, I learned their dreams, but also understood that they needed a safe container to be able to express that. But more importantly, they needed to know that older black men cared about them, to listen and then follow through. So we spent years, months, and days listening. And then when I learned of restorative justice, I really have to give the credit to my father, Allah. Then I have to give credit to Mr. Farrakhan for calling the Million Man March, and then the Day of Atonement. And when he laid out those 8 steps of atonement, I recognize them as my supreme mathematics. And I understood that my supreme mathematics would become my living mathematics. So I could no longer espouse the theory of supreme mathematics, I had to live it out. So when he talked about identifying the harm, accept the responsibility of it, and when I realized that I had to respond to my ability. My ability is to organize. My ability is to influence. My ability is to utilize these relationships to build bridges and transform. That is what we did. That is what was done. I say we because I don't like separating myself from my people. But it's an I statement inherited that. And I don't understand the importance of telling the history. So my history, our history, does not become anybody else's history. Will a man rob God? Absolutely. And the man is robbing God each and every day and each and every way that we allow. So today I use our statements and I stand on my eyes because it's important. If our children are to have examples, then they need to know who these examples are. Then we need to connect them with these examples. I can sit next to M today and scientific, and I know, okay, we need policy and we need culture. So we'll tag M on culture. So when M says free my need you, it's not even a question. When scientific say free my need you, not even a question. I'm a servant leader. This movement is needs-based. It's going to just recognize the harm. Somebody caused that harm. So somebody is ultimately responsible to repair that harm. That's an obligation. We say in our culture that we have a duty to make our community better than it was when we came to it. This is all the things that I recognize because I had great teachers before me. So that history is very, very important. But each and every one of the teachers told us that we were duty bound to be better than them. Because we have units, their lived experience and built upon. So I wanted to give really credit to that and also the minister. I'm currently organizing a multi-day conference that will elevate the voices of the experts as responsible parties and those who've been harmed by the action I call. Restorative justice theory says that those voices are supposed to be the most elevated voices in the movement. They're not. The movement has been hijacked by the academy. The movement has been hijacked by white women in particular. Right. We're not saying we don't want you there. We're saying that we're demanding that you recognize our expertise in these spaces. Because our history is born of lived experience. What is the total weight of the planet Earth? 680 tons. You're followed by 21 cycles of zeros. Can you imagine lifting such a weight? Each of us had to do it initially by ourselves. Until the magnetism of our work called each other into each other's work. Our community wasn't doing that. I look at the mayoral election. When Mayor Walsh first was like, how's our community split on one side? Religious leaders, politicians. Then I wanted to be hopeful. They got a plan. They'll deliver their agenda to both. Whoever wins, we win. That wasn't the case. Who was in the politics? We're back at it again. So we're not going to be that anymore. There are our teachers. They have taught us a hell of a lesson. Our pain has purpose. So with this, the most important, December 24, 2010, Working While Black, 10 years of building a community inside and outside the walls of incarceration, magnetizing the lights and vision of the Honorable Governor Jamal Patrick to come in and figure out what's going on. So we know what to do. We know how to do it. So we're not waiting for anybody to tell us what to do. I know I'm not. And I don't believe these brothers are. These brothers have been mentored and counseled as kids. Supreme, I don't like the fact that brothers are running into this position and they're being paid for their expertise. Excuse me, they're begging for jobs for their expertise. But a man of God, not on my watch, cannot happen, not nowadays. Because we have to heal our community and then we have to build wealth. So as we're building wealth, we're also building institutions now that we can say to our babies, these examples, what do you want to be? Your scholarship to be that. And when you graduate, here's a job, baby. I'm gonna give all of them my power to see that day. The most important mission that I want to talk about took place in March 26, 2020. And it was a full circle because the Restorative Justice Initiative happened because of that march. So it's truly a transformative initiative to prevent violence and intervene on violence. But they were not going to let a Black man named Supreme who called himself God or Father say, I want a program inside the National Department of Corrections that will help us stop violence. That wasn't happening. So I had to be swift and changeable, find a mode of transportation. That mode of transportation is happening immediately when we need it. So full circle moment, March 26, 2020 in Shirley. I was moved. 13 constitutional members, the brother said it. I was a slave. I was moved like a slave. Abruptly, October 17, 2017, October 27, 2017, after 9 or 10 years of building a community that introduced restorative justice into the National Department of Correction and pushed it throughout community corrections out into the community in the form of the transformation of prison project. That was all part of our plan. They planned, we planned, but the best of planners is our right. So they did not want to let me out of prison because I worked while Black. Work while Black uncompromised. Work while Black with integrity. Work while Black within the framework of the laws because I was practicing being a member of good standings in my community. That's why I'm prepared to be a member of good standings in my community. We had to practice today. So March 26, 2020, we were able to call out 17 gang leaders, impact players, in Sherman meeting. So OSTAX was the coordinating facilitator of that process, impact player in his own right, in his own hood. Those 17 leaders across the gang, across the state, said that we, by general consensus, said that we would make that prison a smoke-free zone. So smoke-free zone will marry on to know your smoke. It's about adding on, multiplying. Again, working while Black. Is it a crime? Yes, it is. Please.
Thank you. And so much there, so much good. Well, very good, it's time to go to answers. I wanna highlight at least two more examples, then I wanna open up the floor for the audience to ask questions. But, man, there's three examples that we need to get into briefly, right? Yes. So the three examples that I want to get into before I get the rest of the panel is Brother Sean, right? You had to fight and file legislation to get the NGE, right, to be recognized by the DOC. And the NGE is the Nation of Gods and Earth, also known as the 5%ers, which you see Brother Supreme is an adherent of, proud member of, and you see his brilliant mind. But Sean was traveling in that cipher. But the DOC, matter of fact, part of the reason why I came into the DOC was because one of our brothers, Rock Bonallah, who was in the Nation of Islam, was classified as a 5%er and was deemed a security threat. The 5%ers were a security threat group in the prison. And Brother Sean led legislation. So Brother Sean, if you could briefly just talk about your experience with having to fight to get a cultural organization to be acknowledged. And by the way, the NGE now today is in fact recognized by the DOC, but this brother was leading some of the fight to make that happen. Can you speak toward that?
I'll be quick, brothers. I was at Shirley Mac, and the cell was shaking down. And the CO found some papers, some lessons in the cell at Allegheny Housing. Some papers, right? I'm gonna give you the first question, right? They're my lessons. The first question was, who was the original mayor? Okay? We're talking about some papers that was found in my cell, right? And eventually had me labeled as a gang member within the DOC, right? My lesson, right? Lessons studied by the Nation of God and Earth, studied by the Nation of Islam, right? Is about self. So essentially, I was labeled as a gang member because I was trying to educate myself about me. Okay? When I was labeled, like the history was, right? People, when you're labeled as an S, when you get the STG label, right? A lot of times you gotta denounce, like the likelihood of you going to the hole is greater, you become targeted, just it's a whole, we don't have time to get into it, right? But my point is that I asked the DOC, all right, well, since you're saying that this is a security threat, right? Learn about it, let me educate you about it. Let me educate you about it, right? So that you can see how innocent it is, right? You know, I had to file a grievance. I had to deal with gang people downtown. Like, it was just a bunch of nonsense just because I wanted to learn about myself. So when you hear about the thing, right, what program were you involved in and how you retaliated against, or what support did you get, right? And we look at our community and we wonder why people are comfortable the way they are, right? Look at how you're being treated. I don't want to deviate, but
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So I want to go to our next panel, or our panelist who's on the Zoom, Toya Whiteside, as an attorney with the Prison Legal Services, right? As an advocate, you speak towards some of the reports that you received with regards to discrimination and corrections, what were some of the reports that you received that you had to deal with, and what are some examples of actual cases that you work with around this particular topic?
Before I go into the specifics, if I could just point out, I think something foundational that we should all recognize, and I think it also speaks to what the gentleman early on in the panel mentioned about the lack of available programming, and also what Diamond mentioned about the fact that we continue to have these meetings, and it's really a lot of circular reasoning. And I think the biggest issue and biggest cause of that is because a lot of what we're sharing today is anecdotal information. We're great, I think, just as a culture, we're storytellers. We're very accustomed to being on the front lines and fighting the fight from a grassroots level, but we have to start thinking about this systemically. We have to start thinking in fighting in their language. We need to start going to our legislators. We need to start actually looking at the numbers. And the biggest problem, not only in the state of Massachusetts, but nationally, is that no Department of Corrections, no correctional facility or institution is mandated to aggregate race data. So where that leaves us is a lot of stories being told about our experiences and no black and white numbers. Black and white numbers is what gets the funding. Black and white numbers is what gets the action and the movement. And we're going to keep having these meetings and continue to have these conversations about the struggles of our brothers and sisters on the inside until we start showing proof and start embarrassing some of these legislators and embarrassing these states about what's happening from behind the wall. Right now, the Department of Correction mandates, one is not mandated to collect racial demographics. So the only information that we have accessible is we have population trends, and that's even skewed because they're counting a lot of our Hispanic brothers and sisters as white Hispanic. So those numbers aren't accurate. They collect crime trends, population trends, and just very little information about solitary confinement. So we have no idea what programs are actually available for Black and Brown prisoners and how are they benefiting from those programs. We don't know any of the outcomes of access to institutional employment. We don't know outcomes to disciplinary proceedings other than just how many Black and Brown brothers are actually in solitary. We don't know why they're ending up there. We don't know the outcomes of disciplinary proceedings. We don't even have the numbers for medical, and we've seen that with COVID. So the first thing we need to do is start pushing for the collection of this data, centralized data, and also incorporating an enforcement mechanisms so DLC is actually being held accountable for this data not being collected. And then we can talk about, the individualized efforts that we're doing and the individualized programs that we're trying to put together from the ground up. But I think right now, the biggest issue that I would ask everyone to do is contact your legislators. Right now, REICI, we have a data bill that's currently in the Judiciary Committee and in Public Safety. And that, if that bill passes, it'll be the first of its kind in the nation, and it would mandate the Department of Corrections to actually collect race data. And not only that, it would also audit the Department of Corrections to start addressing structural racism and the desperate impacts of that against Black and Brown prisoners. So I would encourage everyone to, I believe individuals are, Ariana and someone else is actually sharing that information. And one can also share that information with you, detailing more about the specific legislation. But please, if you are interested at all in true prison reform and the impact that this has on our Black and Brown brothers and sisters from behind the wall, please contact your legislators. Start there. Let them know how important this bill is, and that's what we need to be focusing on. And then we can talk about the grassroots efforts.
Thank you. We let's give her one round of applause. So I do want to take a couple of questions from the audience before we wrap up. So are there any questions from the audience to our panel?
Yes.
Brett, come, can you, come up, someone give him a mic.
Back on, brother.
First, thank you for what you guys do. I used to work with US, and we used to have, clinicians with the advocate of the incarcerated youth. I was just curious if we had something like that. If we could really advocate something like that. So that those unjust things happen at the prison. Stop.
I don't know if you want to speak to this, but I'll speak to this, right, that, there's mental health in staff in prison, right? But I would never, ever in my life talk to people. DOC staff people, I would never, ever do it. Ever, right? Not because I think that it's bad, like, you know, you gotta have people need somebody to talk to, right? But for me, to talk to young people, right? And then to have that staff person go out and talk to the CEO about your trauma, what you dealing with, like, in order to have effective, right? Therapy, right? You gotta be a effective person, right? Yep. How can you trust somebody that's working for someone that's incarcerated? So that's why they meet.
Let me clarify. Even though, you know, they work for, it's documented, things that they have to actually write down what transpired with you, whether by the law. So at least if it was someone.
Right. But the thing is, if you go in and tell me, I want to do this, I want to do that, right? That brings on a reprimand. Right? If you really don't have any right, when you say you want to hurt yourself, right? Their response, they put it in the box. And it might not be the whole, but you're in the cell with nothing. So you're treated less humane than
Yeah.
Very good, brother, Wilbur, thank you. One of the things that we're doing is building a rubber relationship. Then that rubber relationship, we want to know who's amongst us. We want to know the talent that's amongst us. So I'm at the pleasant stage of right now, bringing together a full Black and brown folks who are mental health specialists, who have their degrees in psychology, so on and so forth. And we're looking to redefine what mental health looks like, made after our own image and likeness. So really quick, my last stop was at Concord Farm, and I go to the healing circle, there were brothers who were impacted in the street. And I was utterly blown away that in that first circle, it usually takes about 12 or 24 to get to this point. Brothers made a connection with their mental health. So being that we're on analog time behind the walls on the Massachusetts Department of Corrections, we're going to hashtag me too mental health too. And what we know that our mental health and primarily and principally is the ability to come in a circle of care with people that we know love us and people that we know we can trust. So I like to give anybody this information who's in that field in any way. We're gonna build our focus group and into a working group and get this nailed down.
Thank you. Real quick, and we wind it down, so let's keep our responses to a minute or less. I think Darryl want to come in on that.
Indeed.
Darryl Jones want to chime in on that. So come on in, please.
I'm gonna make this real simple, man. It's the reason why we have empty seats. We can be entertainers all we want.
Hold on, we gotta put the mic on. Hold on. All right, go ahead, bro.
We are not entertainers, right? When we act like entertainers, it's the reason that those seats are empty, because we have the appearance of entertainment. So when they come to see us, they say they heard.
No sound.
You got your mic on muted.
Peace. All right, I want to just make this real simple. And this is my end quote, right? We're not entertainers. Somebody has the impression that we're entertainers. Everybody has a little limelight, wants a little limelight. We're not entertainers, yo. That's why those chairs are empty. Because when something is affecting people's lives, is right now, if you people were hungry and you said you had food, it'd be filled, right? Because there's food. If we were offering food at this table, meaning what we have, what we know we can do better, we've become presenters. I love my brother M. If I died today, he's the only one I'm telling you, as far as my works, I'll ever allow to speak on him. Anything else would probably be a lie or an exaggeration or don't know, right? That's a fact. But I know their talents individually. I know Sean's, I know his. I worked with him way longer than anybody out here ever touched with him, ever saw him, ever talked with him, ever. I know them, so I know what they can achieve. I know what we can achieve. And when I don't see us achieving it, I know why too. So when you tell them about the things I've done, let me give it to you real simple, what I really did, what I thought, what I never shared. I'll share it with you guys today because you're there. This is how I was thinking in there. We were in that box, right? And me and M know this because I would share this only with M. We were in that box. And I kept saying, if we don't got no microphone, just like this country works now, whoever got the mic is going to communicate it. We didn't have a microphone. So my thing was taking risks and saying, I'm going to get locked up or whatever, because sooner or later the news is going to come and they're going to come. And once we got that microphone, be prepared. Now we're out here and we get the microphone off, and I've seen everybody on many videos and everything else, and I still see you there. No man's a prophet in his own land. It's why I talk about the churches, why I talk about anything. I want our elders to understand something. God gave me this. He didn't give me a communication thing. These tools are not mine. He gave them to me. And what I'm telling you is, it's like the church. Anywhere else in the world, if you got sick right now, and this is important, Minister, this is actually probably my last statement to Boston. I can't always talk in the same place. I know what I've said. I know what God told me to say, and I know why I'm doing it. You understand? I know that in this time space that we're in right here, our elders, if you went to church, please listen to me. I've been speaking at some churches. Listen to me. If your pastor, anybody been talking to you for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, then you think about the hospital. When you go to the hospital and the day your insurance, they call that hospital, tell the insurance company you're well, they say they well. They're not gonna let the minister stay in there an extra day and pay for it for you to watch Netflix or nothing else. You're coming out of that hospital because your insurance is out of that deal. Here's what I'm saying for us. The church is a hospital for sinners. Why we never get well? Why did my grandmother die in the church? I thought the whole purpose of it was to like get us ready and then you go out. I don't understand that. So when I see all my elders still there and I see the world falling apart, I go, yo, some pastor lied to them because it's a hospital for sinners. And that means you're supposed to get well at some point and get out. Why people never get out? That's point one. So spiritually, I had to recognize that. Point two is we got to win concrete improvement in people's lives. I'm going to give you concrete, everything you mentioned. Here's what I walked away with that probably nobody paid attention to. Every time they hit me, I hit back. So when you talk about that Harold case, what most people don't know, if you go Google and do your homework and pay attention, yeah, they hit me, they put me in a hole, they made up a big story, they faked it, they used Gloria Fox, and Gloria herself will tell you, she said, I don't want nothing else to do with that. And I said, we're going to sue them. I'm going to sue them. None of this is true. Gloria chose not to. She could tell you that herself. We ain't going to get into all of it, but I got every transcript. I think I'm sitting on the story. Everybody had to.
Do it again. You lost your mic. It's 4 o'clock.
All right, here's the principal point. Here's the principal point. What's the delivery? Here's my delivery. They bust at me, they locked me up, they did all that stuff, but guess what? I was able to provide for my family. Unknowns to you, I walked away 1.5 million, and the Herald spent 3 million to fight me, and the Channel 7 spent another couple of million, and I still won, and we walked away with millions. So yeah, me and my wife at that time, we suffered what you saw. But there was a home bought and a whole bunch of stuff. I just ain't a flashy dude, right? We lived off of that. Then after that, when you talk about the videos we made and all that, them videos are sitting in Boston. They were curriculums. They were all that. I've been places you won't even imagine with those videos. I got something going on with those videos you wouldn't even imagine. All of that work, I never suffered through that work. I always got rewarded. What you don't understand. All of those things we're supposed to be doing, all we need to know in this community, and I'm taking note of this stuff we said today, is where the problem is at, what do we gain if we win, And what are the risks if we taking, and what power do we have over the target? And we got a lot of power over the target. Here's one I'm gonna leave you with. You want to get some money right now? Here's one for my community. I keep saying it to you. If you take Sean right now, if you take me right now, and that community would stand up and go to these legislators and say, you put the wrong men in prison. That costs my tax money. Everybody's tax. We paid for years and years for them to be in there. And you ain't looking for nobody new. We're gonna need that money back. Start putting your money back in your pocket. My son died with Adidas on, and every dude out here fight about Adidas, and we ain't never seen Adidas sponsor none of y'all. We need to take all those pictures of our kids dead in their Adidas and these brands we've been supporting since the 80s, and then tell them, when are you gonna support us, and add up that money. That's data. Look at how we living. We living like yesterday. I don't want to participate now. I want to participate with Eminem and doing what they know how to do, what Sean know how to do, what Supreme pointed out. We all individually know our talents, man. We all know that. There's no secret there. If I'm gonna get into this law thing one time, I'm good with it. And right now, I'm gonna go back to M. Probably, I don't want to say before my lawyers, but I'm gonna go, me and them gonna do that. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna put my life on the line with that, or myself. You understand that? If I want to be more humble, I might grab Sean. We have different personalities. We knew that, but we always accomplish it. It's a disrespect to Mel. It's a disrespect to Chuck. And you know what it's gonna be a disrespect to? One day, Minister Dawn, because Minister Dawn came in that prison and told us something, and gave us a mission, told us what to do. And all we're going to do is leave a monument for all these legends of ours. And when we're going to become living monuments. And you know what's beautiful never dies, brought? People don't know. I didn't just talk to those mothers, went and got every artist in this community, even out of this country, and made 2 albums in prison, sitting on the United Nations Award. I always won. And you'll always win if we do something and stop talking.
Yes, sir. Yes. 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 I don't know if that note to end on, and that is a little bit over 4, and we schedule to go to 4. Thank you. Let's give our panel another warm round of applause. As we said, as we said earlier, it's not over, right? This was just a symposium. We have work to do. So we need you to stay tapped in. Look out for the next event. Look out for the next action item. There's bills at the State House right now. One of the things of the Million Man March was organize, organize, organize. So you have to be a part of organization. You gotta stay tapped in as we move forward. If you was moved by the information that you heard today, then you gotta tap in. Yes.
I want to say, before we get out of here, is that as a community, I think one of the things that we have is various different ways of seeing things, right? But we're all trying to move towards the same goal. You can't do nothing without organizing. I don't care who you are, what your idea is, none of that. It all comes back to these simple building steps. You have to build the message, right? And you can't get people to come out and vote. You can't get people to actually go out and call them legislators without conducting these types of forums, right? So we gotta also align the truth where it's at, right? And not get lost in the individuality of what we think and we see in the moment as our own individual purposes. This is talking about collective purpose, right? You ain't gonna do nothing with just a group of, I think W. Du Bois proved that within talented 10. That theory did not work, right? All right, so we have to look at how we form our community, right? And how we build from this premise. That's why I want you to understand, we need these forums to build, right? We need a collective stance. Thank you.
So we close it out. We open up with prayer, and we're gonna close with prayer. This is the holy day of atonement. Y'all all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, all right, all right. And so, yes, brother, and I thank you for reiterating those words. It is important that we come together. Let me tell you something. Sometimes we talk about going to the meetings and things like that, but guess what? The enemy meets all the time. Hello, somebody talk back to me. You don't think the enemy meets? You don't think they sit down and strategize and plan how to rule us? They meet all the time. So we also got to come together and meet We can't get tired of a meeting because it ain't gonna be a one and done. That's part of the problem sometimes. We think it's gonna be a silver bullet. It's gonna be quick. I'm gonna come to the meeting and I done solved the criminal justice problem. It don't work that way. You gotta be committed to a process over a protracted period of time, and we got to build years, months, and days of being committed to the work, and this is what we're doing, so let us continue that. Let us close out with prayer. Of the one true and living God, to whom all holy praise before due, revealer of all truth, sender of all prophets. We beseech your aid, we ask for your mercy, for we believe in you and trust in you for all that we need. Surely we're helpers in your cause, with all your prophets and apostles. Thank you for this day. Thank you for those that showed up. Thank you for the Million Man March 28 years ago. Please, don't allow us to forget the spirit of the Million Man March. Let us be true to that spirit and that work. And let us continue in this day, in the same spirit, to continue to fight that fight. And thank you for everyone that showed up. Thank you for the information that was shared. We pray that you bless everyone that came with safe travels back to their home. And we ask you this in the name of all of your prophets. Abraham to Muhammad. Let us all say amen. Amen. Thank you.